This is only a test. It is only a test. Actually, is the audio underwater still? Or is the audio fine? Can somebody tell me? It's working. Let's roll.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
And now that the audio is working, YouTube, today is a very special Going Free. It's all about Imminent Rain and Groundhog Fury, Prometheus Rising. Ladies and gentlemen, this is song number 7 today, coming up at the bottom of the hour. And we will head right on over to Imminent Rain's channel for the premiere. I will screen share it right here. It is song number 7, A New Dawn is Rising. The great Groundhog Fury, again, made the video for that song. These two gentlemen pairing up to make history yet again. Imminent Rain is going to be on at the top of the hour around 6 p.m. Eastern. We have, while Imminent Rain is with us, a message from the one and only Groundhog Fury that I will be sharing with you all. There'll be a few Prometheus Rising readings, at least 2, I think, over the course of the stream. I hope, if the audio holds out. Tons and tons of Imminent Rain's music, your calls and your comments, of course, and if you are an adult child watching right now or listening with your parent or guardian, how do poets say hello to each other? Hey, haven't we metaphor? A good Sunday evening, Monday morning. We are after 5 on the East Coast, Washington, D.C. It is 7 a.m. Just after in Sydney, little after 10 in the UK, and midnight in Moscow. And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful to be with you all. Very excited about today because Prometheus Rising is going to be able to do so much for our people in the coming years, decades, who knows how long. It just depends on how hard we push. And we have two geniuses at work all the time on Prometheus Rising, and that is, of course, Imminent Rain and Groundhog Fury. And we are going to be sharing them over the course of this stream, as I said, right there in the intro. The very first thing I want to say is that if you have a comment or question, Entropy is up running. Please write in the Tall Kevin widget, the question widget over there, a comment or question you may financially gift. It will be at a cost of 15% to you on that platform. You may financially gift at no cost to you over on Cash App. The URLs are both in the description below. You can comment or ask questions on D Live, on Odysee, on YouTube. Make sure you tag me. A lot of champions have shown up since we had that snafu. YouTube's fault, not mine. Since we had that snafu, folks might not know. I had to quickly send out the URL again. Please let everybody know. You may also financially gift with a cryptocurrency. We have 4 of, I believe, the top 5. Head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. You'll see a financial links tab where you can click that. You will find the cryptocurrencies there, hopefully one of your choice. And you will also find a snail mail address at which you can write yours truly and say all the wonderful things that you want to say. I'm sure there are nothing but wonderful things, but I do get wonderful things sent to me. So make no mistake about that. Let me swivel around here. It's the first going free of the month. So what do we want to do? We want to jump on over here and we want to look at our honors roll call. And we're going to start off with the all-stars of the honors roll call, if this will comply. I don't know if it will or not. Maybe not, but we'll see. It looks like it might. It looks like it might work after all. And beginning with our all-stars, we start off with the all-star of all all-stars, and that is White Healing and Final Blossom and Joseph and Child of Lindbergh. And we also have George J. as well. And continuing with the honors roll call, we have DevPav and Checking on Jack and Chris Lineman as well. Heidi Van Buskirk, Orcus as well. Ostar, Summarizing, Roscoe, Diane, Ben, Wingett, and DB Cooper, and Jay, Brad C, King Petrus, Crocus, Save Western Civilization Now, Farrell, Rockford Trader, Crux Charisma, Michigan Wave, W.K. Hendrickson, Liberty Battle, Jacked, Cockubek, Ivillian, and Scott. And we have Jessica, James, Tamara, Greg, Promethean Reckoning, Tim, Casual Sailing, Ronald, Deborah, Kat, Sarah, June, Hungarian Spectator, William, Andrew White, Pete, Yaz, J.S., Jacqueline, Starshine Girl, Greg G, Rujash, Jim, Greg M, Thomas, Jason, Saiban, Omar, St. McFreeman, Keishi, Dainty Brighton, Inquipper, and John. And if I missed anybody, my big apologies about that. And let me know, and I will make sure we get you next time. These are folks who financial gift regularly without their even having to give any attention to it. Now, many of these folks will also financially gift on top of these automatic financial gifts, like Brad C., for example. A great many will do that. Some of the ones on the All-Star portion of the honors roll call will do so as well. So let's get a big, raucous round of emojis for these champions, ladies and gentlemen. So very delighted to be able to serve with people who are this dedicated to service to white well-being, this dedicated to white positive language in the white sympathetic sphere rather than white negative language. White negative language being the language that folks think is going to benefit us. And ultimately, though, it is negative in some fashion. And we want to be positive in all ways. So a big heartfelt thank you to every single one of you who are on this list, as well as everyone who financially gifts on a regular basis, and always with the financial gifts, since they are one way that you serve white well-being. We include in the gratitude on these days the other ways that you can serve white well-being. And a big thank you, therefore, to everyone who is distributing leaflets, making memes, making videos, and making clips, spreading clips, every single thing that can be done, arguing with friends or family, arguing with bosses and the like, and advancing the lexicon and dialectics of going free, even when these people don't know that that's what's happening to them. It is indeed what's happening to them. So a big thank you to all of you as well for your service to white well-being. Thank you all for being here. It looks like everything is up and running now. If there are any issues, folks, please do let me know. We have quite a little bit of good news to share, and we're coming up to about 2 minutes and some odd seconds to the premiere of Luke Mason, Imminent Rain, ladies and gentlemen. This is song number 7 of a 9-song album telling the story of Prometheus rising. These two champions, Imminent Rain, Groundhog Fury, eminently talented individuals, the kind of people who would be the leaders in our community, in our of our race, of our people, but leaders in their communities where they reside if we didn't live in an anti-white era. If we weren't living under the persecution, the suppression of our ideas, the suppression of our expression, if we weren't living under this horrific anti-whiteism, this miasma, these two gentlemen would, in all likelihood, be just eminently wealthy from their works, from their creative ability, from their ability to learn on the fly and then implement what they learn. And these two individuals have come to Prometheus Rising. They both, as a matter of fact, have quite the little tale about seeing what we were doing here and seeing it was so different than what they had seen elsewhere that they initially both were very skeptical. I know Groundhog Fury walked away a couple of times in the beginning thinking, what is this? I don't understand what this could possibly be. And but being presented over and over again with the lexicon, the dialectic, the practice of going free of what? Of anti-whiteism, of what? Of the anti-white narrative. That's what going free means. Having come into contact it again and again, coming to see that, my gosh, this is something that works. This is something that can change the world. This is something that can enable us to recapture our destiny. And then as a consequence of that, that time that they spent cogitating, wondering about, could this really do it? And dealing with those prejudices of the past, that it has to look a certain way, that the recapture of our destiny has to be just like this, or it has to be just like that, having to defeat those that inertia, those demons, those eidolon of inertia, finally doing so, and then deciding to throw their full weight, ladies and gentlemen, behind the magnificent work that we are doing here, and as a consequence, the work becoming infinitely better. Now, I think we're getting ready to begin this premiere, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Please let me know if you can hear that audio coming through your speakers. Now, what I would like you to do, after letting me know that you can hear the audio coming through your speakers, is I would like for you to head on over. You may mute me if you would like, and simultaneously open Luke Mason's channel. Go to the URL at the address bar at the top of YouTube, right? Imminent Rain. Click search. You might have to narrow your search to just the title of the channel, and you will be able to find indeed that this premiere right this very second is counting down. And watch this premiere. Have it open on both channels, or close this and go watch it over on Imminent Rain's channel. Let's make sure that he gets the numbers, he gets the views, he gets the attention he deserves for the hard work that he has invested in the totality of this album thus far, and the hard work that he will continue to invest moving forward. This will also help Groundhog Fury because of his nexus with Imminent Rain and the great collaboration that they are doing. So as he continues to produce magnificent work, people will be able to find out about it. Remember, folks, we are the algorithm. We are the algorithm. We have to share these things. We have to make it happen, because if we don't make it happen, nobody's going to make it happen. That means we have to pick up the tools. We have to, and you don't have to be a great rock musician and singer like Imminent Rain. You don't have to be a great artist like Groundhog Fury, creative artist. You don't have to do that, but there's something you can do. We're counting down under 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to go quiet and watch with all of you. I am so excited. Prometheus hails so hard.
His poison with mingled blood of thralls, a wretched master flame who haunted secret halls. He made himself a master and taught his children well. He vilified the noble gods and banished them to hell. They grew into a people of vain pretentious flesh. The world was theirs to own, these specials the Viresh. Disguised as blameless victims, proud kingdoms brought to ends. They undermined in secret, pretending to be friends. Theirs was the one true God, one Lord to rule them all. They claimed to bring salvation, but that's was to their fall. They named their victim Ganyan, an upright talking beast. They stripped him of his rights and threw him for the feast. They stood tall against the lies. Boldly they proclaimed the truth and opened many eyes. That's good things set on to crush the spirit of the West. Kingly son of an unaware rode out of Warrior's Square. The darkness is dying, behold the climbing sun. A new dawn is rising, the done. The royal Argonautum battled many foes, and corpses piled above them as they dealt in deadly blows. Outnumbered many times, absorbed in their crusades, when many times they nearly died, though God flew to their aid. The darkness is dying before the climbing sun. A new dawn is rising, the night is nearly done. Move into the chasm, seeking oracles concealed. An encounter with the goddess, a secret was revealed.
A new direction to fly, a region atop a towering wave of rock on the base of a mountain once enshrined yet now forgotten. For she revealed that there the king and his men would find the greatest of treasures. Or if salvation yet lived, there they would find Prometheus, the Lord.
As they climb the mountain, brave warriors met their ends. Goodbye to wives and children, farewell to kin and friends. As late sun reached the summit, its enemies closed in. Against such reckless hatred, how could he ever win? The mountain top was better, save a boulder in the sand. This would be his end, where he'd reach his final sound. But as he crept around the store, he stumbled back and shook. Father, wasted walking round, leaning against the rock. The darkness is dying, behold the climbing sun. A new dawn is rising, the night is nearly done. The darkness is dying, behold the climbing sun. A new dawn is rising, the night is nearly
That was amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the two masters. God bless the two of them. Now, remember, there is no such thing. We do not permit support shaming in this community. So you, what I would like you to do is to thank Luke in any way you can. And if that is that you can purchase what he has made and thereby give him a big thank you, a big attaboy, a big well done, please do so. This is a massive time consumption for him to do this kind of a work, and we are truly indebted. We both both Luke Mason and Groundhog Fury. God bless the both of you. Promethean hails to the both of you, true champions in service to White Wellbeing. Are you all excited? I mean, that song was magnificent. That video was awesome. The art of King Layson coming around and seeing Prometheus hanging from, that's Prometheus Athelia from my story Prometheus Rising. Take Back Your Destiny, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the books around me, the book's cover over my right shoulder, and then of course that masterful piece of artwork, award-winning piece of artwork on the wall behind me by Groundhog Fury, Fire and Cosmic Clay. Please let people know that we are here and we are celebrating, and share as far and wide as you can, because we know that YouTube does everything they can, and the others, the anti-whites, do to shut us down. So we have to be our very own algorithm. We have some more exciting things to share with you. Like I said, Luke will be joining us in about 15 minutes or so, top of the hour. Before we get there, I'm going to share with all of you that we now have, ladies and gentlemen, we have gotten there. We have reached that point where, let's see if I can find it here. If it's going to let me show you, I guess it will. It should let me show you. Maybe a different window. It's open. Here we go. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this. The Eindelen. The symbol that you see on the front of the books. It is from the story of Prometheus Rising. It is now available at NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com, ladies and gentlemen. And that is what it looks like. That is what you will receive. If you want an island, an Eindelen, that is known as the Mark of the King. And you can see here that there are several pictures that I've provided, so you get a good look at what your Eindelen will look like when it arrives. And these are now, as I say, now available on NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. And you can see here, now, it says here, just for those who are struggling, maybe those who came from some of the other communities and are watching this for the first time, stepping up into the advanced placement class, you'll see here that I have shared. This is from the inspiring book, Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. The Eindelen is the mark of the king, the key that freed Prometheus. Additionally, worn by the kings of the Promethean nation as the mark of legitimate lordship. Note, and this is for those who are struggling in the IQ department, who need to head down the hall to the either average or LD class, the midwit or midget wittery, where they will live out their days with Play-Doh. I write here, note, these Eindelens do not glow or produce smoke. So, just so you know, these particular Eindelens don't glow and they don't produce smoke, but they do look fantastic in those settings, do they not? This is the key that unlocks the chains of Prometheus Athelia, enabling us to recapture our destiny. You can learn all about that tale and how that has to be done by acquiring Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, which of course is available on NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com, NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com, where you will also find the Eindelen in the For Fun tab, under the For Fun tab. You can also acquire Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny over at Amazon.com, at least for now. We don't know how much longer that will last. But I wanted everybody to know so that they too can have one. As you can see, I am wearing mine, or maybe I'll do this and then you will see that I am wearing one as well. And if you recall, if you have a sweetie, someone you love, you can bring 2 eindolens together and you can make the heart of the eindolen. We have shown that once before, and we will do that again in the future. Let's jump over to we have 15 minutes left. And I guess in just a moment, we will, I'll take us through a little reading of Prometheus Rising, and just a short reading to give some more theme, some more energy, some more context to today's gathering. But before I do that, I want to say hello to everybody over there at Odysee who is watching. A big hello to every single one of you. I hope the picture is clear. It does appear to be clear. And I see the great No White Guilt Clips is over there. Was it No White Guilt Clips who made that hilarious video of Johnny and using the new anti-white math? That was really funny. And that kind of thing is the kind of thing that you can share, you should share with every single one of your friends. MAGA type, Republican type, they all hate the new math that the anti-whites are pushing on us. And it'll get a laugh, they'll commiserate, and then maybe they'll decide to pick up some of the lexicon dialectics. Maybe the really smart ones will decide to go free, and we will increase the rate at which we recapture our destiny. Intellectual embargo is shared. The link there is shared by the great 4 Null. So a big hello to 4 Null over there. And over here on D Live, we have Sia Kyle. Hello and welcome to you. What did you all think of that song in that video? Wasn't that amazing? Truly epic works by these gentlemen. So very proud of them. So grateful for their service to White Wellbeing. Love the both of them. And I can't wait for the day that we can all be together and we can put them up on stage on some sort of rostrum and just cheer our heads off to these guys. We have, let's see, who else is over there? Is that Darog over there as well? Hello to you. And Roy Bob, hello to you. And welcome to the gathering. Great to see you all over there. I will spin around here and take a look at those who are in the YouTube chat. In just a moment, we're going to read just a little bit of Prometheus Rising, pertinent to this part of the song. We have Euphemia is with us. Hello, sweet sister. A big Promethean hails to you. There are a few people out there who recognize, and more though, who are recognizing the beauty and the utility in this story for our people. The entirety of it was written to be allegorical, to be didactic, to teach us about ourselves and our interaction with the world on multiple levels. That was the specific goal of this. And when you work through Prometheus Rising, you too will be able to identify that is indeed the case, that there are many lessons to pull from the story. And you'll see that there is lots of room for me to write a lot more inside this tale, because the narrative arc goes from the beginning of time all the way to the present. So a lot of room to create more healthy stories for our people, and I will definitely be doing that in the future. If you're one of those people who are feeling recalcitrant, you're feeling like, I don't know, I'm not really sure about this whole Prometheus Rising thing. And let me just point out, all of this artwork, by the way, is Groundhog Fury, ladies and gentlemen. This is the work of the great Groundhog Fury. That cover, this is the hand of Prometheus coming out of this boulder, once chained to. He's holding an eindolon aloft. You can see it glowing with a renewed love and hope and power, potency, and potential for our people, as opposed to, you can see in the background there is this decrepit city with a sun setting on it and aglow with the orange of what could very well be the sun or the flames of that civilization. And then you can look at the back here and you can see this is the work of Groundhog Fury. This is a lore master and holding forth with Prometheans of yore, Make sure you get this. This is a very designed to get you quickly through this text, so that even those out there who are intimidated by reading, don't read or whatever, the chapters are made very small for the purpose of making you feel like you're accomplishing something, you're moving forward. Don't miss out on the power that is in this text. Do not miss out on it. And next, coming up with this text will be me reading this into an audio book. For those who are blind. Everybody else, though, should read. Jonas is here. He says, ahoy, haven't been here for a while. It looks like there has been quite a progress. There's quite a progress. There's a sweet lady. Carlisle Cockatoo is with us. Hello, dear lady. The great Jerome and Jay Link as well. Promethean Healing and Lunder, down under. Look, folks, the great Imminent Rain has arrived. I knew I heard the flaming guitar riffs. And there he is, the man himself. A big congratulations and thank you so much. We had big rounds of raucous emojis for you and Groundhog Fury, brother. We streamed you live. Misty is here. John the Confederate is here. Greek American Man is here. Austin 316. Damon Scott. Rory, hello, brother. Promethean hails to you across the pond. Hyperborean Archives is here. Hello to you. And Dean Wood, Coconut, hello, sister. Great to see you. So's another sister, Southern Bloom. Wonderful to Soza Althea is here. And Bonnie Blue last. Wow. This is quite the gathering. How exciting. JK160, Brand Danger is with us. I know Roy is here. I don't see him right here, but I know I saw him earlier. And the Irate Home Bum is here. Rambling Rattlesnake is with us. Lycomedies, who's also created music. And we're going to be having, folks, the artist edition of Prometheus Rising. And we will be sharing more information about that in the coming weeks and months. Lycomedies created music and a few others as well. And we're very excited about everything that folks are doing to contribute to make this the kind of work that will ignite the passion in our people, make us into a people out of a deracinated race. No White Kill Clips over here as well. And Hungarian Spectator as well. Great to see you all. Thought Criminal, hello to you. And welcome, welcome, welcome. We are down to about 7.5 minutes. The great Naderific is with us. We're going to be taking a call. Naderific, seeing his name just reminds me that we have a call later on from Nathaniel. It's going to be very exciting. More progress being made. We just have victory after victory, celebration after celebration for genuine victories, genuinely making a difference in the world with our brothers and sisters, the Vagues out there who need us, It's not a victory to get anti-whites to look at you and say, look, didn't I tell you about those monsters? That's not a victory. What we're doing is, and what we are doing will continue to be victories. There he is. The great Raymond Foster from down under is with us as well. Wonderful to see you. Boy, the stars have come out tonight. Hello, hello. Willie is with us. Eric is with us. Hello to you all. The great Elaine Sabatino, one of our most active and successful. Patrick of Southtown also with us. Great to see you, brother. If I missed your name, I apologize. Lady Miss is with us. Hello to you and welcome to the gathering. Donning Armor is with us. Hello to you, brother. Well, let's go ahead and try to get into the mood for a brief reading out of Prometheus Rising. And I think maybe to do that, we will first do this. Prometheus Rising, chapter 14.8. Exhausted and days without food or drink, King Layson climbed with the knowledge that his pursuers were fresh, well-fed, and moving more quickly than he. He had not the time to rest or tend to his numerous injuries, to pity his plight, or to assuage the grief that, like unto a living death, threatened to drown him in sadness. At long last, bereft of the splendor that haloed the king and his proud men as from Ananoel they marched, all that was left him was the love he held for his people, and the knowledge that the lives and safety of Promethean families lay no place other than in the victory of the Promethean nation. It was this love that fueled him when all else had come to its dregs. His body broken, his limbs inert, heavy and thick with numbness, his heart straining even as it began to fail, King Layson conquered the mountain. Nigh the end of his strength, he heaved his tired frame onto a shelf, expansive upon the mountain's shoulder. Smooth and level was its surface, and there, prostrate upon its lip, he lay, feebly watching the enemy as they climbed from the mouth of the swallowing dusk that pursued them, the roiling boil of their black forms, blacker against the blackness of the night. Adrift on a violet sea, deepening to darkness and rising with the cries of nocturnal hunters, Layson's life was no more than a sputtering flame. Straightening painfully to his feet, the once proud king strode with great difficulty toward a shapeless boulder that leered from the middle of the shelf. Alone, it disturbed the flawless expanse, torn loose from some distant cliff, perhaps, a colossal interloper against which he leaned his trembling body. Scanning the shelf, peering blearily from rim to rim with squinted eyes, he searched for sign or clue to Prometheus in vain. Surely, if there were a power to deliver his nation from hastening oblivion, it would need not the suppliant's faith and discernment, but would glow like sun and moon, and roar like bolt and thunder. But here, there was nothing. In the sickening awareness of failure, of defeat, a darkness of grief invaded him from within. He longed to scream his anger into the night, to beat his fists into the dirt, but his thoughts spun loose from his grasp, careening through his weakening mind like writhing ghosts on a winter's gale. Shivering with the horror of failure, his mind flitted into darkness and back, the world tilting under his feet. Twice his knees buckled, and twice he caught himself, his bloody fingers clutching the ugly stone. Grief, like a rising tide, swelled with a quenchless furor from the deeps. But in grief he would not drown. For even as the stars winked into flame across heaven's canopy, his troubled thoughts were broken by the sounds of the lurching enemy, and turning as one driven by instinct, he prepared for his final battle. Probing the night shadows as tragic fears chased one another through his slackening mind, Layson saw no bulwark or blind behind which he might contend with the enemy, save for the dark side of the boulder. Doubtfully, he unsheathed his riven and pitted sword, and using the ugly rock for support, made his way around its girth. He would not survive. His kingdom would fall. His nation would be unmade by the cunning words of the virus. Many he had sought in the Valaroma to come to his people's aid, but at the last he discerned that in one alone could the flower of hope come to full bloom. Neither weapon, nor logic, nor argument, nor genius, nor glittering standard, nor God's might of the Valaroma could save his people. For from the beginning to the end of time, there had been only one from whom salvation could come, one who could deliver them. Prometheus, uttered the king through cracked lips as he rounded the boulder, startled by the sight of an emaciated man chained to the rock, his belly torn open, his glistening entrails coiled at his feet. drowning in the argument, the anti-white. What exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Ladies and gentlemen, I now present to you the one and only Imminent Rain, Luke Mason.
Hey, how's it going? Good to see you again, brother.
Oh my God, I am so excited to have you on Going Free today. This song was beyond epic. And
thanks,
folks,
man.
let's get a big round of Raucous emojis again for this absolute champion in service to white well-being. What a talent. We just played another one of your pieces, and you just are unstoppable. It's so true what I said before, that folks, guys like you, guys like Groundhog Fury, you would be the absolute leaders in your communities, widely respected by everyone in the community if it weren't for anti-whiteism today. And that is why such champions like yourselves have come to what is working, what is succeeding, what is doing right by our people, particularly our young. And that's what, Groundhog Fury and Luke Mason folks, that's what they want. They want a better world. And that's what we're doing. So tell us about, first off, anything you want to share right off the bat. And the floor and the mic will be yours. But we're going to get into this magnificent piece, song number 7. And please, sir, the floor is yours.
Oh, thanks, brother Jason. It's an honor to be on your show again. I have a lot of people who have helped me along the way, and a lot of people who love and care about me, and I just want to send my gratitude out to them, and especially this community, my family, my WAC family, White Art Collective. All of y'all have been very encouraging and helpful. I've been even making some new friends in Idaho, where I'm at, that have also been helping me out. My buddies in the AFA, after I saw your stream with Matt Flavel, I think, the leader of the AFA, it kind of inspired me to check that out. And lo and behold, there's some really good folks here in Idaho that are part of that organization, and a lot of them were pretty positive about when they heard that I was involved with No White Guilt and making a Promethean concept album and everything. They thought it was really cool when I brought that up. And then also even got to meet some famous people. Henrik and Lana happen to live in my area, so I got to meet them too. And just everyone has been super helpful and very supportive. And yeah, I'm just in a place of immense gratitude right now. And I don't know what else to say. I did take some notes. I wanted to make sure that I had some concrete things to say about the song and kind of what I was going for in each section. I can't forget, though, Groundhog Fury. This guy is like, not only is he an incredible artist, like, and you all have to understand, this guy, I tried to throw a few shekels at him, and he was like, no, man, I'm doing this for the glory of Prometheus.
Oh,
you
awesome.
know? And if I could have really afford to pay this fellow what he's worth, like, I would owe this guy like thousands of dollars, like this guy is like the real deal, a real professional. And not only that, like, he's just been a really good friend to me, kind of taken me under his wing. He's there for me when I need like a critique or advice or a perspective. And he's really easy to work with too. Like, I can be kind of finicky about like certain things, like how I look on camera, or like, certain aspects of making these videos. And he's been super easy to work with, just a complete pro, no ego. And I don't think ego is bad. I'm kind of a pro ego guy, but I just, he has such confidence in his own mastery that he doesn't need to, I've never felt like it was a pardon the expression, a pissing contest. Sorry, I know
Right.
this is a family show. I'll try to keep to that. But yeah, so are you interested maybe in just hearing some of the things that I tried to do with the song?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
There's so much.
so
There's so much there. Let me just really quick, in your
yeah.
mind, because you're deep in it. You're the magician making it happen. And so for you, it's like all of these parts you understand, and you work them together like a spell. But for us, it's completely incomprehensible. The vast majority of us, we just end up enjoying that piece at the end. That's just magnificent. But there are all of these little bits of it that end up going into the creation of these things. I know now, folks, now from having spoken with so many musicians and artists of various types. So yeah, please dig into it. Let us know.
Okay, so just so to give you like a concept of what I'm doing for the entire album, I know because we've spoken about it via email, but just for anyone who's listening who may not have heard, each song of the album, there's 9 songs, and I believe there's 17 chapters of the book. Is that correct?
I think that's right. Yeah.
So the last song will only cover like the last chapter, song number 9.
Mm-hmm.
But there's going to be 9 songs, and each of the songs before that needs to be able to cover 2 chapters out of this book, that's a lot of material.
Yep.
So what I find myself having to do is, of course, I reread the book, which has actually been very helpful in its own right for me spiritually, just to reread it and glean some more lessons, because I feel like I learn something new every time I read it. But I'll reread it, and then I'll take notes on what's in each chapter. And then just because of the limitations of the form of a metal concept album, I will have to decide, which points out of these notes are the most important points to include in the lyrics. And so I'll do that. And then when it comes to this particular song, it had 2 chapters. The first chapter was about Gorthing's brewing, or his spawning of the Viresh, the specials. And then the second chapter was about King Layson and his Odyssey, the Odyssey of the King. And so for this first chapter, I knew I wanted it to be about the Viresh and Gorthing's spawning of them. So I wanted it to have kind of a creepy, kind of Middle Eastern feel to it. So I did incorporate elements of the Phrygian dominant scale, 5th mode of the harmonic minor scale. Musicians know it, but it's known as like a kind of an Egyptian sounding scale. So I gave it a little bit of that in that piano part. And then also I kind of wanted it to sound a little bit cheesy, a little bit schlocky. And in my notes, I have this, it's because my vision of Gorthing is as this kind of oily, dubious, mercantile huckster, like the guy at the carnival who peddles the games to you and then tricks you into spending all your money on a rigged game. Yeah. So that's kind of his vision that I have of Gorthing. So I wanted it to be kind of cheesy and have some sophistication, but also like still, in spite of the sophistication of it, still kind of be lowbrow and tacky.
Yes.
So that's my vision of Gorthing. And then the second part is meant to sound more heroic. So it doesn't sound as slimy. Yeah. And the schlocky piano is out of there, and it has more of just a metal sound to it. And it follows, it has some darkness to it, because there's some darkness in what happens to King Layson and his Argonautum, and a lot of those dudes die, fighting off these hordes. And it's just like a major struggle. There's parts in there that I didn't get to include just because of the limitations of the song. Yeah. There's a section that I really loved about the god Balar, that is this great, great dire wolf. And he ate Gorthing's foot. Yeah. So yeah, I really love that story. I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't read the book, but there's just some really great heroics of King Layson fighting shoulder to shoulder with Balar against the Gorthing's hordes. And then, the chorus of the song, of course, is actually based on the chant, this battle chant that King Layson is chanting. He chants it 33 times, a little symbolism there. as he's hewing the enemy in such heaps that he strode across their writhing mounds.
Yeah.
Your prose, man, your prose is right up there with Tolkien and Robert E. Howard, you know, the guy who wrote just delicious prose, Jason. I just really appreciate that. It's part of the reason I keep coming back to your book. You know, the Prometheus Rising it's a magical book in every sense of the word. That it's not just a story, it's our story.
Yeah.
And the other thing is it's like the perfect psychological counterspell to counter all this psychological warfare that's been waged against us for centuries.
Yep. Yeah.
So that original chant that he chants 33 times on page 182 in the I'm reading, of course, the Kindle version, the electronic version.
Yeah.
The darkness is dying, the climbing sun, the dawn is rising, the night is done. And I just get this picture of him like just chopping down the Gorthanians with a sword, you know.
Yeah.
my new term there, but you know, hewing them and you know, just a real, just gritty battle scene, and he's just chanting this over and over, and it's like spurring him on to victory. And there's some other parts I really appreciated that I tried to put in the song. The part where King Layson and the Argonautum ride into the chasm to meet the goddess, which is that Mother Earth?
No, well, you can sort of think of it that way. Think of her that way.
Okay. It seemed like a symbol of Mother Earth. And then I also appreciate the whole idea of the chasm in and of itself. I'm kind of a fan of a lot of Robert Sepper's stuff. He talks about like the inner Earth theory, and there's a lot of like myths and legends about that. And I really appreciate that that's in Prometheus Rising. I just thought that was really cool to include that. And it just fits because there's so many of our folk myths that incorporate that same kind of symbolism. Yeah. And let's see. Groundhog and I also agreed, in keeping with the rich symbolism that's part of Prometheus Rising, we wanted it to be today. We wanted to release the song on a Sunday because the song has very solar themes, you know, the glorious solar energy of the sun rising and overcoming the darkness. And I really like that symbol, and I think it's really appropriate for our times because with everything going on in the world, we're facing just immense amounts of darkness and oppression. And I think it's really good for us to hear that a new dawn is in fact rising, and that we are going to overcome all this and we're going to come out on top. So I just think it's an important message for our people to hear. And that covers all my notes. So now I don't know what to say.
Well, you've said so much already. And one of the things that I just want to tack on here is this is exactly what I had hoped and planned for, that folks like Imminent Rain, Luke Mason here, Groundhog Fury, that they would come forward. These extremely talented. I told so many of these old timers that this is the way it had to be. You weren't going to be able to just create something, you know, plastic out of thin air and then hand it out to the masses and your metric be something out of antiquity. And that was just going to suddenly do things for us. We have absolute geniuses, just absolute, and Luke Mason and Groundhog Fury are great examples. I knew that we needed these kind of people to come forward and that they would add their talents, their perspectives. Reality is so far beyond any one of us, even the brightest person who ever lived, even beyond that person even just has like a narrow spectrum of being able to understand and see reality. So you need as many talented, honest people to come forward who have the right objective, the right agenda, and that is the well-being of our people. So to speak in a way that would draw such people and repel others whose objective was not the well-being of our people, who maybe they had some competing objective. Maybe the well-being of our people wasn't near the top at all for them. Maybe it was in like the top 10. But whatever it was, we needed to repel them because their presence would undermine the good work that we could do. We could do. Just look at the Renaissance. Europe, we did all of that with a fraction of the number of white people we have today. All of that creation, all of that art, all of that ingenuity and genius. We can do it again. And we need to be able to reconnect with our biosphere. And that means we're going to need people from just about every walk of life, and music and visual arts are at the very top of that. And those things have to be, I've argued for so long, in a way that like we set up, it's the build it and they will come. We set up the stage for the painter. We set up the stage for the rock musician or jazz musician or whatever it might be, the classical musician, like the great Richard Wagner, who's made a song for Prometheus Rising as well, and may make more. The beautiful piano piece. You set it up, and they will come to it, and then they will contribute their perspective, their genius, their talent. And we, as people who are genuinely motivated by the well-being of our people, the recapture of our destiny, we will be that much further down the road of being able to do that. And not only that, but every step of the way, everything that we're doing here is a victory. You don't get victories elsewhere. I've been in the white sympathetic sphere so long. You don't get victories. We have magnificent victories, and these are the only kind of victories we can have, which are symbolic. And by the way, the symbolic victories are the most important, especially when you have a foe or a victimizer, in our case, who exercise all of the force. They can do anything they want to you physically. You can't contend with them whatsoever physically. So any symbolic victory against them, and that has a spectrum in and of itself. On one end, it's a thumbing your nose at them, but that's like the weakest. On the other end, it's something like this, which is the most powerful, something spiritual. We're reaching them. As you can see, folks, it's just three white guys here. I wrote a book with a story that I studied all of our weaknesses and strengths for decades now. I've sewn it in there didactically. Then the great Luke Mason comes along, and with music, he is speaking directly to the soul of our people, telling the entire story of this. Groundhog Fury shows up, just like Prometheus Athelia himself had delivered him to us. When I needed the cover for Prometheus Rising done, he shows up, he does that. He's done just endless works of art for us, and I know he's going to be doing more. It's three white guys. We don't have millions. We're probably all of us just a little below, working class level. And yet we're able to do this. We're able to touch the soul, the biosphere of our people, and make magical things happen. This is something, Luke, and I want to get your thought on this, because I know you've been around in the sphere, the white sympathetic sphere, for a long time. And I know from all of my years in it that people have only dreamt of having a book like Prometheus Rising. They've only dreamt about having an album like the one you're making. They've only dreamt about having an artist like Groundhog Fury being able to make this art for it. It's been something that they said, if only we had this, then we could have something truly magical taking place. Well, folks, we have it now. So Luke, just your thoughts on that we finally have what for so long has been just a wish, a hope. And as we know, a hope and a wish is not a plan, but we have taken, and this is the kind of thing, folks, that you can really dig into with somebody like Luke. And he was addressing some of that in the best way he can, of course, with the laity. And I really appreciate that, saying, okay, here's, the general scope and some of the verbiage, some of the jargon in the music world of how I created what I created and the different parts of it. And so that was wonderfully done, brother. But we have what they have always dreamt and hoped for in this. And it takes the actual nuts and bolts of work, of hard work. So, Luke, when you were in those moments of having to say, well, now I've got to read this segment again in the book, and now I've got to figure out what I'm going to talk about, and now I've got to create the exact tunes to that. What's that like, having to dig into the work, and how were you inspired digging through? Because that's actual work, folks. He's not, this is it's a passion. It's done out of love for our people. And for that, you should really cherish this man and Groundhog Fury, because that's what truly matters. But please, anything you have to say about the actual working part of it?
Oh, well, I have to start by saying it was delayed. My goal is normally to put out about a song per month, and something really special happened around May for the White Art Collective, and we had our first Whackfest, as you know, and it was a great experience. But that actually involved a lot of preparation for me, because I write these songs as I record them. And so sometimes I write things that are really super difficult to pull off live. And so it took a month of preparation for me to get ready for Whackfest. So that was already, part of the challenge. But then once I got back on my feet again, got home, I had to borrow a microphone from my daughter in order to lay down the vocal parts, because I was so distracted and I was in seventh heaven at Whackfest that I left a lot of my gear there.
Oh my gosh.
so yeah, I was, and the coleslaw was so good there that I just completely lost my mind and left some of my gear there. So anyway, I borrowed the mic from my daughter and, brought it. And the other thing is, I have to, sometimes the voice is a very temperamental instrument, and there'll be times when I go to lay down vocals and I may get maybe 30 minutes of singing done, of takes. And the whole thing is, you're going to have to listen to this piece hundreds of times when you mix it and master it and everything. So it needs to be as close to perfect as you could possibly get it, which means sometimes for me, since I don't have the chops of someone who does, this kind of work full time. I wish I could. I think I could rise to a pretty high level, just like any of my heroes are, if I was able to do it full time. But that's just not my reality. So, sometimes it takes me a little longer to put these out. It takes me a little more takes, a little more wear and tear on the vocal cords. But, I was super stoked when I finally got it done. And the hardest part is probably the vocals. I make a little piano track so that I know exactly which notes I'm singing. And that's important for my ear, and just for doing that and having a reference to sing against. And then I'll do it until I get the take that is best, that's the most in tune, that also has the right amount of character and attitude. And I'm sure you hear plenty of expression in some of those vocal parts, but and then I also double it. Like I do a lot of doubling, like Brad Delp did in Boston. The band Boston, they were more of a studio band. And I kind of fit into that category with my project too. I do a lot of the doubling because I like the sound of the harmonies and how big and thick it makes everything sound. It makes everything sound so hard.
It does sound so hard.
So that's what I'm all about. So it took some effort to do it, but I have to say, I love making music, and there's nothing more artistically that I love than being able to make music for our folk, for the Prometheum, for our people, So I am just like super honored to get the opportunity to do this work. And so it really, when I get the chance, I have 2 days during the week where I can take the whole day and basically do music with it. And then the other days I got to drive to Spokane and deliver Uber and make it to the gym, hopefully, before I go do that. And it's those 2 days that I really try and get as much done as I can. And so I just try to make the most of that time, get my parts done, get the vocals done, do the studying. Because actually, before I even started working on the music, I really felt it was important for this one, especially to get the lyrics down, because those two chapters they're so different from one another. One has the mood of Gorthang spawning the Viresh, and then the other has the heroic mood King Lason going on the Odyssey
Yes.
to save, and to rescue Prometheus and yeah, it's a beautiful story. I don't want to spoil it for anyone because it really is beautiful. Like I remember like being in tears as I read it. And yeah, there's some really great parts in there. And I think if you haven't read it yet, I just highly encourage my brothers and sisters to give that a go. It's going to be hard. You're going to have to learn like 600 new words as you read it because of Jason's vocabulary. But if you get the Kindle version, you could just highlight the word and look it up on Google, and it's really easy.
Yeah, that's
and so yeah, it was just a lot of fun. And the other thing is, I really appreciate, I put out like a lot of different drafts of it to show the progress of it along the way. As you know, I did it as like a poetry reading at first when I first got the lyrics done.
Yeah.
And I just had so much positive response. This community is just the greatest thing to happen to me since raspberry preserves. But but no, in all seriousness, I did have so much encouragement and so much love from everyone in the community, and I'm just super grateful for it. I'm super grateful that in our community, I'm surrounded by so many geniuses and so many highly talented people.
Yeah.
Because it really keeps me on my game. Like when I hear Alma Lahar and come out with a song, or when I hear like Hyrith or Olivia Key, when I hear For Null come out with some dragon synth stuff, and it just really motivates me, and it kind of keeps me at the top of my game too. And I'm like, oh, well, they're doing that. They're getting better. I guess I better get my butt in gear, and
yeah.
And keep going with it. So I'm really looking forward to song 8 and 9. And yeah, it's a real joy to do the work. I want to do as much of it as possible. So by the way, all the stuff for like, if you want to go buy the song on Bandcamp, you can go do it there. All that stuff's included in the description of the video. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to doing more of the same. It's been a real pleasure and an honor to take part in it. And yeah, I want to do a whole lot more before I kick the bucket.
Well, we know you're going to do a whole lot more before then. That's going to be a long, long time from now. But listen, I gave you the power. So once we're done here, you have the power on the channel to add your links. So you have the moderator power. You add all of your links in the live chat so that folks can find you. And folks, I'm going to say it again. There is no support shaming in the white positive sphere, in Going Free. No support shaming. We celebrate each other, and that can be great words, grand words. It can be the financial gifts, buying somebody. This is their work. If you have bums come up to you, folks, and just beg for $1, so you give them $1. Somebody's playing like a ukulele on the corner. They got a hat out. You put $1 in their hat. This is somebody who is doing something to rescue Western kind. Do you not have the appreciation there? Do you not have? We never, ever support shame. That is a form of road blocking that we absolutely prohibit in Going Free. It's rife elsewhere. But we prohibit it here. We want our people to do well. If we can, when we can reach a point where we can have enough appreciation for our contributions that that can be what we do for a living, then we will be doing something spectacular. But we're not going to let you go just yet. If that's all right, brother, I would like to.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Read
the statement from Groundhog, the great Groundhog Fury, because folks, he rarely comes down out of his mountaintop getaway and his mountaintop redoubt. So he's secure as ever. I can't give the mountain because that would be to dox him. So at the top of a mountain and in the highest point of planet Earth is where he is safe. And rarely a footprint lead through the snow to that front door. But we are able to communicate through the power of Prometheus. And he was able to reach out to me with a statement for all of us that I will read to you all. And then he has some links that I will share in the live chat afterward as well, so that you can find him. I do want to say before I read this that so you can think about it while I'm reading Luke, or in between the different portions here, that this song, and you can hear it in all of his songs, folks, and it doesn't really take I have no talent in this area, so it doesn't take talent to be able to hear this, but this is different than, say, and you could hear this with regime level bands, that's you're going to hear in the popular culture. When somebody is singing, or when a band, it's a little bit harder to hear, at least for me, when a band is playing music, the difference. But when they are, certainly when somebody is singing, when they're passionate about it, you can hear it in their voice. When they're doing it for the dollars, it sounds different. And that's one of the reasons I think that a lot of musicians, their first music that hits the public is far more real. And then afterward, after it's been out there for a while, it's just like, you're doing this for the bucks. But you can hear in Luke's lyrics, the way he sings, you can hear the passion in his voice that he really, he was just saying there about Prometheus rising, that it brought tears to his eyes. You can feel and hear that as he's singing. And that's the kind of thing that is going to be able to reach the souls of how many? It just depends on how hard you all help us to push. That's how many it's going to end up. So is it going to be 1,000 folks? Is it going to be 100,000? Is it going to be 20 million? It's going to depend on how hard we push. And we are going to have to make that happen if we are going to be recapturing our destiny. It's that simple. So you're looking for a role to play in all of this. You're thinking, well, you're 50 years old, or you are 60 years old, or you're 30 years old, or maybe you got 4 kids or whatever it is. You don't have time to learn to be a musician. You don't have time to learn to be a great artist like Groundhog Fury. So there are other things you can get to work right away doing. There are simpler things that you can become a star at, and rest assured, we are going to celebrate the hell out of you, because we are all standing shoulder to shoulder. I am shoulder to shoulder with this guy. I got Luke on one side, Groundhog Fury on the other. Roy Danton is next over, and we got a line of us. There's no hierarchical, like somebody's on a rostrum or anything like that that we all worship. Every one of us is on the line, just like the Spartans at Thermopylae. Now I'm going to read this from Groundhog Fury to all of us. He writes from the top of the mountain. Hi, fam. I hope you, well, actually, you know what I want to do? As I read this, I want to do this so that we can get the feel, because this is actually what he looks like. So there we have it. Some people might be surprised, but that's actually what he looks like. That is a self-portrait of Groundhog.
That's marriage material right there, ladies.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I don't know. Any woman could turn that down. He's a muscular fellow. He is muscular.
Oh, you can see below that fur, he's got some pecs.
Oh, he does got, so he's got some thighs on him too. I mean, he's up there at the top of the mountain. It's not easy to live on top of the mountain. I mean, you really got to work out. You got to, you're moving around boulders and logs and everything, and that's what he's up there doing. But he did a self-portrait, and you'll be able to find that actually as he sketches that over on his YouTube channel. Like I said, I'll share all of those links if the mods don't already have them. He's got an Odysee, a BitChute, and a YouTube. And seeing this form on the screen, this is what he writes. Hi, fam. I hope you enjoyed watching the paint dry while rocking out to the epic song by Imminent Rain. Some of you may wonder how the video was made. As a typical artist, I am liable to tell you, even if you don't wonder. What does it take to make a music video? It depends on who you ask and what kind of video you're planning to make. But most of all, it depends on who you're working with. The anti-whites in the mainstream music industry have vast resources at their disposal. So, from their point of view, making a music video requires a team of writers to write the song, a band of celebrities to sing it, a music production company to record it, a film crew, a special effects studio, a marketing campaign, and an official building or two full of HR commissars to make sure nobody stepped out of line and said anything heretical during the whole process or had made the wrong joke on Twitter 10 years ago. How could two guys with no money ever hope to compete with all that? The contest does seem very unfair. I think it definitely is, but not in the way you might think at first glance. The competition is skewed, and one of the sides is doomed to lose. The anti-whites may have all the money to pay for all the Bugattis doing donuts, hordes of gyrating obese women, gaudy jewelry, and film crews flown to exotic locations. They may be able to pay enough to make once wholesome white girl role models perform stripteases on stage, or to make a rich and famous rapper dance naked in a shower with a group of other naked men, or make a young man destroy himself with drugs, face tattoos, and dental implants in order to convince herds of young men to follow his example. But with all the resources at their disposal, there are areas where they cannot even enter the playing field with us, let alone compete. Their masters wouldn't let it happen. With all their budgets, all their manpower, or should I say person power, and all their propaganda tubes, they remain hopelessly restricted because their art, if you can call it that, is meant to be soul-crushing by design. They do not have the option of infusing their audience with hope and strength, of uplifting the spirit and inspiring a sense of belonging. They cannot tell their audience a story that will empower them and make them believe they can improve their lives. Their works are meant to demoralize and crush the soul, and therefore can only repel and create a subconscious sense of uneasiness, where we can bypass their vast infrastructure and are free to go straight for things that matter. Our options of subject matter compared to theirs are unlimited. In a degenerate world drowning in hyper-sexualized, depraved content, their works blend into the background, while ours will stand out as a shining light, a ray of hope in the darkest hour. Their art is like a plague of rats, numerous, seemingly all-encompassing and full of life and energy, but riddled with a deadly disease. Its plentiful biomass necrotic and showing signs of the decomposition to come. Our art, like a single seed, tiny, insignificant, always at risk of being devoured by 1,000 mouths, and yet carrying within it living, healthy cells with the potential of becoming a giant, mighty oak, growing and spreading its seeds, when every last one of the rats becomes but a skeleton bleaching in the rays of the rising sun. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the message from the one and only, the great Groundhog Fury, words of absolute wisdom. We thank you, Groundhog Fury. We love you. Thank you so much for everything you have done in service to White Wellbeing. And I will share this. I made a little clip, and it is so beneath everything that Groundhog Fury does. But I did want to show very briefly, Groundhog Fury has a video on his YouTube channel, ladies and gentlemen. And let's see if I have the name. I might not have the name here. It's something like Asian violence against Asians, anti-white hatred, or something like this. And watch this video. When you get over to his channel, watch this video. I'm going to show you just a brief snippet, very brief, protecting this channel, as you all know, of that video, a sneak preview.
The surge in hate crimes against Asian Americans only realize that, you know, black, brown, whatever, we are all in this together and we need to be allies.
The whole systemic, the discussions about systemic racism in America, because Asian Americans fit into that too. And that's important for all Americans as we look at fighting white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy.
Let's get a big round of raucous emojis together for the great Groundhog Fury, ladies and gentlemen, the maestro of magical visual creations who made the video for the magnificent Luke Mason, definitely the man that was worth the job to be able to work there with Luke. And as you can see in that video that he made right there, he took a movie and he changed the races of the actors in the movie. And it is very interesting to see how that plays out in that video clip. Very exciting stuff. But Luke, before we let you go, I really wanted to hear from you on the emotions in the lyrics. I know that you were speaking there about the difficulty of some of the choices you make in the way that you sing some of the lyrics and being able to translate that to the stage, because it takes so much out of you, out of your voice. I mean, it's truly epic. These notes that you hit, the notes that you hit in the one performance is just phenomenal. Absolutely. The range, absolutely phenomenal. Really, this is the kind of guy and voice, folks. If he was anti-white as all get out and not a white male, he would be on a stage somewhere and he would be ringed by a stadium's worth of people, all just singing his praise. So we absolutely should be doing the same. But there's something more than just that range. There's something more than just that. Those pieces that are not able to be translated to the stage because they're so difficult, they're so challenging, they're so masterful in the moments that you have to put them together. This raw, this real, this emotion that's coming through you as you're singing it. Could you just speak just a bit to that, just even if briefly, because it's so powerful and comes through your music. I'm sure you've become kind of quite used to it, and it almost like inert for you when you hear it coming through, or maybe not. But for us, I can tell you, absolutely can feel it. And I've had people write me about this, about you and your music. So please, the mic is yours.
Oh, well, I would say that, when I'm singing about Gorthing and the Viresh and the victimizers of the Prometheans, it hits a note with me. It is a very powerful allegory for me of what is happening to Western kind. And I have a ton of anger. And I'm sure you can hear like just the fury of the banshee wails and the growling vocals. And I'm sure you could hear that there's some hurt behind that, because it's not necessarily just about what's happened to me. I've considered myself really fortunate. I've had a really good life so far, but I do see a lot of injustice happening. And I love our people just like you and just like everyone in this community. And when I see that kind of thing happen, it fills me with rage. But I also know that, it's not going to do anyone any good if I go half bent on some suicide mission, a large part of my decision to become involved in white well-being and to go free and to take up the cause of, the Promethean cause, is the fact that life doesn't actually happen like a Hollywood movie.
That's right.
And reality is, a lot of times reality is kind of disappointing. It's not like the glorious battles in Prometheus Rising, or, like, it's not like a Rambo movie. You're not going to have a group of plucky revolutionaries that are able to take on the full might of the international military.
That's right.
That is arrayed against them. And I just, when I first heard you, Jason, it was on JF Garapi's show, and y'all were talking about Civil War. And I gotta say, I was pissed when I first heard you say, "Oh, this will never work," because I was kind of an at-nat, I was I was really quote unquote hardcore.
Right.
But at that point, not grown up enough to see the shortcomings in that approach. And then when you made the point of, well, this is what's going to happen. The military is going to come to the town, and they're going to, starve the people, and they're going to say, hey, we need you to ferret out these revolutionaries that are hiding up amongst you. And you broke it down in such a way that it made me realize that that is not a winning strategy to this battle. And that is not the strategy that was used against us by our victimizers in order to get them into the unassailable positions of power that they hold. Oh. The strategy that they used was and I say this with, take this with a grain of salt, a magical strategy. Mm-hmm. Magical, not in the sense of Walt Disney and turning carriages into pumpkins. Magical in the sense of the Alan Moore definition of magic. Magic is changing a person's consciousness through the manipulation of symbols, like a psychological kind of magic. And I think that we need to take that into account, because our enemies conquered us with propaganda, essentially, with words. And then by doing that, they got us to turn our own weapons, the greatest weapons ever known to history, created by Western civilization, got us to turn those against our own selves.
Yeah.
If it weren't for our own people being anti-white,
yeah,
this whole thing wouldn't be happening to Western kind. And so, I really think that it's important to, balance those emotions of rage that we have, because I have them too. Like when I say hardcore, I mean so hard. If you get my drift.
I do.
And I'm a martial arts dude,
Yeah.
I've fought people and been beat up and stuff, and there's probably not a non-violent bone in my body, but I know when something is a losing strategy, and right. I think it's important to have those feelings and to express them, but in a positive way, like right. through music, or through, like, if you're gonna paint some rocks, if you're gonna go and you tell your loved ones about going free and about anti-white meme pathogens. If you're just gonna do something kind, like if you give $1 to that homeless dude and just say, hey, us white folk need to start looking out for one another, little things like that. I think that's something we can do that won't put us in jail
right.
yet, hopefully, right?
Right.
Or have us completely debanked and depersoned and living under a bridge somewhere. I just think it's going to be a lot harder to fight if we put ourselves in that position. So, I mean, that's my spiel. And along with that, you just need to make sure that you have plenty of raspberry preserves. That's for my bro Alma Lahar, bro.
Oh, so, that's awesome.
Yeah, he'll tell you about raspberry preserves. Just ask him.
I'm looking forward to it then. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Brother, you are amazing. And I appreciate you so much and everything you've done and are doing and are going to do. You are one of our just absolute phenomenal best, shining light in service to white well-being. Folks, this is the way you do it. I mean, the guy here and everything he said there, a lot of that holds true for me as well. I have felt outright fury at what's happening to our people. I feel it regularly. When I see our people victimized, I can't help but get infuriated. That's why very often you see me on these streams where I cut loose, and sometimes people are writing, well, why is he so mad? How could you not be mad? How could you not be just with righteous indignation and rage over the victimization of our people? Those people who are curious about that, or they're befuddled by that anger, they are defective people. And but what we do, though, we consciously we don't, our people, the real heroes of the West, men of the West, they paired the rage with their love, and they use their minds to conquer that which sought to conquer them. That is what we're doing here. So that is going to be present in us. There's no way it can't be if you're a healthy person. Both Luke and myself and so many others, especially when it's our men, our white men, we have really been destroyed. We don't get to live again. For everybody out there who thinks that you're going to get to be reincarnated, or you're going to get to, then you wait until you see it happen. Let me just put it to you that way. Otherwise, you don't get to live again. This is it. And we know that in our marrow. And that's why it's so infuriating. And the people who say that they're going to be, reincarnated or whatever it might be, they know in their marrow as well, because they would just let their life get pissed away. And they would say, well, I'm going to have another bad at it, or time at bat. That's not how it works. So we know we can count the years that have been lost, the careers that have been lost, the appreciation that we worked for and earned that never came, the demonization that we never did anything to deserve. That is infuriating, and healthy people get upset about those sort of things. But men of the West pair it with the love of our people, the love of our women, the love of our children, the love of our civilization, our duty to our fathers, and desire to be the men that our fathers were able to be, and to be the men that we would like our sons to be. That is what it means to be a man of the West. And as you can see, when it comes to the great Luke Mason here, Groundhog Fury, and so many others, more coming all the time, this is the decision they've made. So I love you, brother. Anything final you have to say before we let you go?
Promethean hails so hard.
Promethean hails so hard to this champion. Raucous round of emojis out there, folks. Biggest round of emojis you ever gave to Luke Mason, Imminent Rain, and Groundhog Fury. And we will be right back. And Luke, don't forget to put your links in the live chat. You've got the power now.
Will do.
Brother.
Thank you.
Right.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
I am the fount of creation, the watchmaker of time. I was the teacher of the gods before they betrayed me. My teachings and compassion they used against me. Much of your world I made a paradise, but in its wastes I was imprisoned. And from there a secret kingdom I built, and a rebellion I marshaled. Legions of Valoroma, gods of vengeance, I led into battle. I wielded the wilding kingdom and conjured terrible demons. And in my image, I created my children. Many victories we had, though defeats there were too. Through the ruin of this world, I lived in the pain and tears of my children. With their eyes, I watched others poison thoughts and stir hostile deeds. I fled with the life from their faces as they were besieged and slain by the hordes created in their despite. Through them, I wielded their weapons in combat. In their hands I raised the stones of their homes rebuilt. In their voices, I sang the songs of their victories. I lived in the heroism of their kings, and together we waged war on the devil. I lived for ages beyond count, and passed many ages ago. Yet I am come again, my children. From no more than the watcher through the dream of your lives, I am become the voice to those with the spirit to hear and the power to conjure. On your suffering and love, an awareness has awakened an ancient magic. Even now, my shadow rises. In your tongue, I am Prometheus. I am your deliverer.
In a distant bog dwelt the Serene, where Seren governed from his throne. There did they gorge themselves upon forbidden flesh, what earthbound serpents feasted on their bones. For Seren had seen in the Prometheus make war. Kings and the ocean is plenty-fight. Good things and evil words couldn't sway his iron mind. Defeat means he wouldn't take. Now it's the end of giant on the plains of Saloskid marched a wicked horde, death and ruin dealt by the armies of the road. While his warriors fought for the honor of his name, dragons on knees and played with the wildling kingdom slew them as they fled that winter's night. The wise among the Serene, they survived the fight. Those who still pursued their lust were slain in feral glee. Torn apart and mingled by monsters of the sea. Countless winged predators descended from the sky. Enemies were shredded to the sound of beating drums. conquering the other tribes. They built their towers tall, but royal blood was tainted and bevoured. The children of Prometheus made their cities great, sailing but with envy, battle but with
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Do we not have some epic champions in service to white well-being in these two gentlemen? What an amazing creation. What an amazing duo. I could not be more excited about the good they are doing in service to white well-being for our people, the recapture of our destiny. I hope you are too. And I hope that you are searching yourself, searching your soul, searching yourself in the mirror for whether or not you have the character to step up, to do something great, to be a hero in our story rather than a villain in the anti-white narrative. And if you are, then I ask you to join us in service to white well-being, to be white positive in your service for our people, and to do it in the way that has been demonstrated to be the most effective. And you can see in the testimonials of Prometheus Rising and how this strikes people, something that you very well are going to be interested in as well. So please check it out. And I will remind everybody that we have the Eindolens, the Mark of the King, is now available at No White Guilt Collectibles.com. No White Guilt Collectibles.com. Get yours. I have mine on right now, and you can see that here. And it's a great conversation starter, by the way. When you share this with people, in fact, I was just the other day, I was asked about it, and a woman said, "That is a beautiful stone. The shape is amazing." And then I said, "Well, it's a resin, but thank you very much. And here's where it's from, and you can get this." I didn't even tell her initially that I had anything to do with the creation of the book, but that you can just get this book, and it's a fantastic book, and you'll end up learning a lot. If you like fantasy, if you like Lord of the Rings, if you like that sort of thing, and who really doesn't, then this is something that is really going to get a hold of you and not let go. And like I said before, the chapters are intentionally short And that was really the doing of the genius of one of the copy editors. And so we're so grateful to him for that and that contribution, champion that he is. So please do check it out and get empowered, get inspired. This is not like things you have read in the past. I think maybe from the title you might be able to put that together. Prometheus Rising: Take Back Your Destiny. That kind of subtitle doesn't come on like a typical Lord of the Rings or similar type movie or book, but it is so marvelous today. I've been so excited, wanting to get started with all of you, rushing to do so. Hectic day yesterday. I'm going to jump on over. If you have any questions or comments, please do pose them. And it could be about this. It could be about something else. It could be news items. We are here to help each other, to pick each other up, and give out that helping hand. So let's help each other out. Let's continue to grow. Let's do it in the spirit of a brotherhood, sisterhood, of love, of family. And that's going to be the only way moving forward. So the great Roy Danton says, "Dear brother, on a day when I was super tired, frustrated, and depressed, you again showed us the light and rekindled my spirit. Promethean hails." Well, God bless you, brother. Roy, what a hero he is in service to White Wellbeing. Fantastic. I'm glad we could inspire. Yeah, there is quite a bit of this like general malaise, and it is really born out of the fact that all of these other ideas that have been around for so long, that people invested so much of their hope in, so much of their identities in, that they've been failing, and that the anti-whites have wield what feels, and regrettably what many of these people define as omnipotent power. And that is going to, of course, cause people to be melancholic and actually like legitimate diagnosable depression. You need to stay away from those things. They already there's not something that's about to be lost. They already control it all. So we need to be building a people out of a deracinated race. That's what we're doing on a global scale. And anti-whites have sat up and taken knowledge of it. Lunder from Down Under says, a white positive concert to raise funds for us whites in South Africa. A Live Aid, Band-Aid kind of thing. Yeah, we've actually talked about that. And thank you so much for sharing that with us. It would be superb to be able to do something like that. And perhaps in a way, I've actually talked with Jeff. It was a year and a half ago now, I think, from White Art Collective. And we talked about some ways that something like that could be done, because at the moment, it can't be done in the traditional way without incurring arrests and who knows what else the anti-whites will be allowed to do to us, both from the streets and from those positions of power. And remember, we're not going to make the substance of our activism for white well-being complaining about what anti-whites are allowed to do, or complaining about how we were treated unfairly. We know. So we make the substance of our activism endeavors that produce positive outcomes, salubrious outcomes for our people. That's where we put our thoughts. And that's a great idea. Lunder, we'd love, and perhaps in the future, we will be able to isolate a place where we can have an actual concert like that, a Live Aid concert for our people in South Africa. That would be magnificent. It will require a certain amount of money that, of course, for working class folks is a lot of money, but it doesn't need to be a lot of money, relatively speaking, with the rest of the population. But we do have the issue of OPSEC, and it really comes down to you're against people who are trained, and the anti-whites, and they know that the entry-exit points are all that matters. It doesn't matter. You could build it. You could do it where Groundhog Fury lives, and that's fine. They'll just wait for you at the entrance-exit, and where those entrance exits are. So got to think about it. But it's not impossible. at the moment, but we're just setting it. It's on the table. It's on one of the burners, and we're going to be getting to it. Let me back up a bit and see what you all were saying over here on YouTube. Benny says to know why Gil Clips, he's speaking about 20th century history. They were having a conversation. Epiphany is with us. Ghost Rider is with us. Let's see who. Carmen is with us. Hello and welcome to you all. Damon Scott is with us. Great to see you, brother. Berg Bear, hello to you and welcome. Art Acrobats is with us. Great to see you. And wasn't Luke just amazing? What a great guy. What a magnificent contribution. He's already secured a place in history for himself. Just fantastic. As have so many of you all. It's just really, really amazing. Ian is with us. Salute to you as well, brother. Fit and Healthy at Any Age is here. Hello to you. Great to see you. Imminent Rain saying, thanks again, brother. Promethean Hails, so hard. I love it. He came up with that. Creative guy, creative minds. You know, of course, check with CNN, but there have been, the EEGs of the brain, and also, I guess, what do they call those? Live CAT scan or live MRI, where they watch the electrical activity in the brain. And when they have people think, now again, I'm just telling you what I've heard somewhere. I don't know if it's true or not, but when they've had people think about something that they've never created before, a type of animal that doesn't exist, just to make it up in their minds, this part of their brain is what lights up. Well, happens to be a place that maybe you can look into biology and see exactly where we rank in the scale of that part of the brain. I'm not saying that any of that is true. I'm just telling you to get all the voices, hear all the voices on the subject matter, all sides. Is this he? Is it he? I don't know what that letter is. He then? Great power metal song. Yeah, it is. Absolutely. You can hear that passion we were talking about in Imminent Rain's voice. Thank you all for the raucous emojis, Naderific and Roy Danton with all of those eagles. That's grand. Well done, guys. Flames from Euphemia. Yes, indeed. Thank you. Much fire there. We have Fit and Healthy at Any Age. What people are noticing about me all the time is a glow about my persona that is brighter now thanks to going free. It's fantastic and will only spread. Well, thank you so much for that testimonial. That's magnificent. So Fit and Healthy at Any Age is going free. Going free of what? The meme pathogens. Those are the diseased ideas that we've been infected with, the anti-white ideas. Going free of the anti-white narrative. That's what going free is. And it's a practice, and you learn it in the book, Go Free. And the second iteration of edition 2 is coming very soon. It'll be just one coherent whole instead of all of the pieces that I've been putting together over decades now. And he writes, now that he's going free, people are noticing about me all the time a glow about my persona that is brighter now thanks to going free. It's fantastic and will only spread. Well, God bless you, brother. Thank you so very much for sharing that with the community. And hopefully more people, they'll read that and then they'll say, well, what is it about? Does it really, will I feel better? Yes, you will feel infinitely better. So get started. And the sooner you start and the harder you go at it, so hard, as Imminent Rain would say, the more progress you will make. The irate homebum says, I am a sometimes good guys don't wear white kind of guy and may not come across as positive. How can I align my approach with NWG without compromising the integrity of my beliefs? Well, the first thing I would say, irate home bomb, is when you say the good guy doesn't always wear white for you as part of your belief system. I would say, what is the measurement and where did that measurement come from? That the good guy always wears white. And the reason why that's important is because you are going to poison yourself if you think that you are behaving in a less than heroic way. As a white person, we need a moral matrix in which to operate. If you believe that, well, sometimes good guys just do X, and then other times, you kind of have to not be a good guy and do Y. If you're of that mind frame, you're going to poison your soul. It's not healthy for white people. What I would say is, look at the measurement that you're using. Who gave you that measurement? Where did that come from? What influenced that measurement? And then reevaluate. And if you look to going free, you look to Prometheus rising, you'll see indeed that we have an elevated virtue that is above all others. Our other virtues are not lost. Virtues like telling the truth or this sort of thing. But the new virtue is that white well-being is the most important thing. And so every question that you reflect upon, every scenario that you are put in where you have to act or take an action or what have you, explain something to others, you judge first by, is this good for Western kind? Is this bad for Western kind? And then, because that's moral. And then all of the other virtues fall perfectly in a moral line or ethical line, depending on whether you're religious or not, underneath of that virtue that we have elevated. So with the metric that you're using, you're saying to yourself, well, sometimes one of our virtues is no good and we got to toss it. And what I'm saying to you is that you will poison yourself because you will feel like the bad guy. If instead you do the right thing and you say, wait a second, I'm going to be the hero in our story rather than the villain in somebody else's, then you're not compromising your integrity at all. And you'll be able to act with love, with passion, with integrity, and with the requisite force for the scenario, whatever it might be. So let me know if you have any more questions about that. That's a great question. And I think that it reveals that there are what I see elsewhere. It doesn't reveal, it highlights what I see elsewhere. And that is that you see these people who claim that what we're doing here in service to white well-being, what we're doing here in going free is somehow this less than manly or less than aggressive or less. I'm gonna tell you what, I put many. I don't do this lightly. Or obviously over the years, and you don't want to do this. If you're an adult man, I mean, you don't want to behave this way unless you absolutely have to. But when it comes to our people, I have put many a male on his back and left him there. And I've been acting the entire time with morality. At no point was I the bad guy in somebody else's story. So there's nothing, violence and voting is not going to recapture our destiny. You only defend yourself physically when there's no way out of it. But we are 100% aggressively advancing white well-being without violence, unless there's the need to defend ourselves from imminent physical harm. But we are 100% uncompromising on white well-being because we hold the moral high ground. Thank you so much for that question. Let's see. Franklin is here. Wonderful to see you. So Sterling Price. Azimuth Clark is with us. Western Renaissance is with us. Hyperborean Dream. The Great Sloss is with us. Great to see you, brother. let's see what else we have here. Damon Scott saying thank you, and you are most welcome. Let me jump on over to Cash App, and it looks like we have first on that list, the dear lady, I love Jesus Christ. Hello, sweet sister, and thank you so much again for another splendid financial gift, $10 US. Thank you so much. And she writes, pardon me, she writes here in memory of, who is this? I don't know if I should say that name, dear. Let me look him up, but I will make sure that I can say his name, and I will come back. You know how the ear against the door is. And I will come back and read that, but she's a wonderful, so it's probably somebody that we can say without any issue. I just want to make sure first. So $10 financial gift from I Love Jesus Christ, and we will return to what she wrote here in just a little bit. The Great Sloths, financially gifting $1 US. Great to see you, brother. He says, is 8/1 Promethean Sunday now? Holiday? Oh, it should be. It absolutely should be. It should be a holiday. It's a Promethean holiday now. Thanks so much, brother. And then we have the Great Art Acrobats, financially gifting $4.14. For infinite love for our people will save us. He writes, infinite love for our people will save us. Absolutely. It's love that drives us, even when that flame of rage dies out. You all know that is the truth. You see people, you've seen yourself get angry, and you're passionate about doing something for, however long that rage might last, but it's not long, and then it's gone. It's a great flame. It's a great hot flame. And what I do with it is I always channel it. I always try to preserve it as best I can. I pair it with the love of our people, and then that helps to drive me day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, decade after decade, through all of the challenges of the anti-whites present to me, and the challenges from people in the white sympathetic sphere that present to me and to us. That is what enables me to have the stamina to go the distance, and it will enable you to have the stamina to go the different distance. Let me spin around over here to Entropy, and we have a financial gift from the Great Rory, financially gifting £3. Thank you so much, brother. He writes, was that Jason's pink Lamborghini used in the creation of the Creating My Sunrise video? Perhaps not. I imagine that Jason's Lamborghini is white. Well, that's awesome, brother. Actually, I've never driven a white Lamborghini, but if I could ever own one, somebody would have to give me one, and I would love to have it white. But definitely not a pink Lamborghini. Who would do that to such a magnificent machine? I think this is maxed out on the number of images it can have. Wait, let me just see. Maybe I can pull up the last Lamborghini I drove at the racetrack, and you all have seen probably this before. Most of you have. There you go. That is the last Lamborghini, and it was canary yellow. And what a glorious day that was, to sit on top of all of those cylinders firing me down the straightaway. It actually, when you came around it's kind of a hairpin turn coming up to the straightaway on that track, when it was partitioned in that fashion. And I don't know how far, I'm going to say maybe just like 10, 15 yards of flooring it just as you were coming out of the hairpin turn into the straightaway. And it's just a little bit of a rise at right where the straightaway begins. And that thing went airborne. it came off the, well, it felt like it came off the ground. I guess it's possible that the suspension allowed the wheels to, probably not. It was probably air. It was probably a little bit airborne. I really didn't feel an impact because you have all of these cylinders roaring like a jet engine, a Saturn V rocket behind you. And suddenly the trees that all run along the side of the racetrack turn into like this solid brown wall. So you're kind of occupied. you're kind of occupied at the moment. That's the Lamborghini I was driving. Slots, I like how you have that Lambo picture ready, available to display. That's right. It goes everywhere with me. I would have it if I carried around a wallet, it would be pictures of the race cars I've driven rather than family members or anything. I'd proudly show off the race cars I've driven. All right. Let's see. I'm going to spin back around to here. And we have in the question widget, No White Guilt Clips. The great No White Guilt Clips says, how do you respond to people who shame you for not getting vaccinated? Well, that's a good question. And particularly friends and family, he asks. How to respond to people who shame you for not getting vaccinated, particularly friends and family. Well, there are actually a few clips. This would be an easy way if you have your phone handy. Then this just strikes me because I just saw this day before yesterday, I guess it was. And it's some guy on Twitter with several 100,000 followers. And he's talking about how he got the vaccine. He got his sticker that said he was vaccinated. And CNN and Fauci and others were saying what a hero he was. And then he expressed his rage at them, this network and Fauci. This is what he's saying, not what I'm saying. Changing their minds on whether or not he's a hero. And in fact, calling him something else. So that's certainly one way to approach it without even having to say anything, because that would immediately shut them down. And that video is, if anybody knows who that is and where folks can find that video, especially if I'm sure it is circulating on Gab and elsewhere, it really encapsulates a counter argument to this effort to shame people. And this is for any kind of vaccination, not just vaccination for a brand new vaccination, but for any kind of vaccination. I think probably the easiest thing to do for most people is to say that you are simply waiting. If you have not gotten the vaccination, and even if you don't intend to, is simply to say that you are waiting to see the outcome of the vaccinations. These vaccinations were brought to market in an emergency, by an emergency decree or something of that verbiage. Please check it out with CNN or MSNBC. Maybe call the World Health Organization, whatever it is. Find out exactly how the vaccine was introduced, what it was called when introduced, whether or not it went through the same trials that other vaccinations have to go through, because that's relevant. And then you can simply say that you are waiting to see how this pans out, how this plays out. And you could share your concerns about whether or not vaccines for some types of things can even be created, and that expanding variations of different types of viruses demonstrate potentially, or you could ask the question, does the fact that a vaccine can mutate very easily, does that militate against a vaccine that would work over any length of time? You could ask that question. And that's a mature way, I think, to respond, because this is a difficult subject, because people have really passionate views on it. And I thank you for asking it, No White Guilt Clips. a true champion here, doing great work. It is it's a thing that you'll hear some people they'll come unglued, claiming that there's no such thing as the thing that the government is saying exists and is rampant, and then you have others who have who know people who have it and then had no issue. They have people looking at data who say, well, just look at the data and it doesn't show. And then you have people who know folks who, even though they're in prime health, they don't, not only do they become very unwell, but they get very weird symptoms and disabilities, things that they have to deal with for the rest of their lives. That sort of ailment. That's not the kind of thing that comes along with your regular common cold. That's not the thing that comes along with your regular flu. And then, of course, you have people who say, well, it's absolutely out there and it is everything that the regime says it is. Some say it's out there and it's absolutely this other thing that the government is doing to the population. I would just strike as mature and cautionary a note as possible, because you don't want a conversation about this, which the opinions can change pretty quickly as information comes out, as governments roll out and roll back different ideas. You don't want to burn your reputation. You don't want to burn a relationship with someone that you could help to go free, that you could use the lexicon and dialectics on, over something that is so mercurial as this issue. So that's a great question. Thank you so much for that. And I think unless we Roy Danton says, brother, could you possibly add Naturific and Imminent Rain to our mod chat on Telegram? Yeah, why not? I could do that. I just have to remember how. I don't know Imminent Rain on... I don't think so on Telegram. Imminent Rain, are you in the White Wellbeing open chat? If you could drop a message there, then I'll be able to see your name there. And I should be able to grab Naturific as well. And we'll add you both over there. I will swivel around here and take a quick look at this. Make sure we are blank over there. And then I think we're coming up on the 8 o'clock hour outside of Washington, D.C. And then we have just one more hour. And I think we'll take a look at these, just a couple of comments we have from you all, and then maybe a couple calls. And then we have some mail, and we'll just do this quickly. So maybe what we'll do while these things are coming together is we will take a very, very brief break, and we will read one more short segment out of Prometheus Rising right after this. Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, The Making of Man, chapter 7.1, and it's a number of paragraphs into that chapter where I will begin. In time, all turned toward the living stars in deathless wonderment, for much was sung in the dream of their beauty, and of some import, that alone, or in the taking of counsel with others, they could not yet discern. It was then, with subtle whispers, that Prometheus lured the 9 to the shore of the river, and in visions he spoke to them, Many things did he share, so that their knowledge and wisdom grew beyond the visions of the dream. When finally to naught the images drew, the nine sat long in council and deciphered the seeing. Felicity and wonder twined in the Promethean heart as a quenchless bliss, and when night's joy seemed an endless romance, the darkness waned as the pale blue of morn advanced into the eastern sky. Toward the unexpected marvel the Prometheans turned, and watching with unspoiled eyes, they beheld what later they put to verse as the first rising of the sun. Cool hues of green and warm tones of violet rode upon the crest of the dawn. Gathering, they breathlessly beheld a thin halo of crimson tearing through the lofty ridge, setting fire to its deep clefts. As dazzling rubies the fissures flared, jewels upon the diadem of the mountain. From beyond the rocky face that lay deep in shadow, they beheld golden beams that leapt across the sky as the strings of a gilded harp, igniting the cloud plumes of morning, their bellies as lakes of fire upon the heavens. All shielded their eyes against the growing light, for the piercingly yellow flame of the sun crested the ridge, sending columns of limpid radiance into the valley, dancing in sparks atop the water's surface, calling forth the morning song of many birds. So it was that the Prometheans, looking upon their first dawn, which cast its golden roads into the west, have ever turned their desires westward, even when necessity drove them elsewhere. Putting their backs to the might of the rising sun, they beheld a marvel beyond telling, for mirrored in their eyes was the immeasurable beauty of Cindelin's veil, and swelling in the reflection were tears of wonder and of joy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump on over to only one announcement we have here today for Going Free, and that is I would like to ask you all to, when it comes to people in the white sympathetic sphere who are overt about it, they're not implicit, they're explicitly white sympathetic. They know who we are. They know what Going Free is. If they are not already using the lexicon, if they are not already using the dialectics, if they are not already talking about us and the great work that we are doing and the successes that we are having in the lives of individuals and families, and more broadly, communities coming together on a global scale, if they're not already doing that, and indeed, if they are doing the opposite, if they are disparaging, if they are demonstrating great jealousy of the success that we are having here, if they are demonstrating great anger because we are doing something that they did not invest their character in or their identity in so many years ago. And now they feel like they've wasted so much time. And so now they want to disparage and be jealous and belittle and be scurrilous about us and the work that we're doing. Do not try to talk with them about Going Free. There are leaders of groups out there. I'm not going to name any, but there are leaders of groups in the white sympathetic sphere that are explicit about their white sympathies, and they are they feel challenged, they feel insecure, and the reason they feel challenged and insecure is that there's this practice out there, not an organization, There's a practice that people can come and go from as they please, but when they come and they implement the practice in their lives, they grow in every conceivable way. And at the same time, those who come to us and they want to check it out, and they think, because I've described this to you all before, essentially what happens in the white sympathetic sphere is you have a shuffling of people, like you shuffle cards. So when there is a new group shows up somewhere, suddenly there'll be this reshuffling, and people will go from whatever group they were with or content provider they were following, and they'll go over to the new thing. But really, whatever the new thing is, they're not changing anything about themselves fundamentally. They take their ideas, they take their beliefs, and very often these are associated in various ways with playing the villain. And they think that, well, this is just a new name, a new flag, a new set of personalities at the top. But really, we're just the same thing. And that's where this idea comes from, that, well, we all have this, we're all just really the same. And so we're absolutely not the same. So sometimes people who come over to the practice of going free, they get here and then they realize, well, what do you mean I can't laud XYZ from whatever it is? What do you mean I can't play the villain? And those are the people who go away angry. And we would like them to go free. But if they can't go free, we just want them to go away. So you can go free or go away. Those are your options when it comes to this practice. And some of them go away. And that's a good thing, because to be healthy, it's more important just your own body. And it holds true for groups of people as well. Sociology works sociology is just the multiplication of the individual. So when it comes to your body and eating, it doesn't matter how many macro and micronutrients you're having. It doesn't matter how many vitamins and minerals you're taking, the best just right from the earth, the purest of places where Groundhog Fury lives, or whatever it is, the best, the cleanest water it might be. You could take all of the wonderful things you could do, just the right amount of exercising at just the right amount of time, just the right for your age. None of that matters if you're also daily taking a little bit of strychnine. You'll die. So that is how the health of the individual works. And that is how the health of a group of people work, of a group mind, a world vision, a world view. It works the same way. If you have all of these other things working right for you, but you have a little bit of strychnine in the mix, you die. The body of people dies. And then they are dispersed to the wind like detritus, without a hope of ever having any success, because they are now reduced to just individual atoms, automatons in this world of groups, in this world of group affiliation, in this world of group identity, radical individualism, people who are broken down to the point of essentially being an atom in society have no chance. It is suicide. So it's good when these people, when they can't go free, that they go away. But the point of this announcement is just to say that some of these people who are at the heads of organizations, they are very insecure because they have endeavored. It's their identity is bound up into it. There could be many reasons. They could be wholly honest, wholly moral with what they want to do. Beautiful people, they could be. But then they have this, it's more than a foible, because they're seeing what's working and they're saying, though, I've given so much time. I'm seen as the big, whatever it is they're saying to themselves, the grand poobah, of whatever this. And if folks find out about this practice of going free, well, maybe people will think less of me. Will I have to change too? Will I have to change my identity? That's a very difficult thing. And people lash out when that's challenged. So when it comes to leaders, and we've talked about this before, who are explicitly white sympathetic in the white sympathetic sphere, which we all are in, when it comes to those people, no use in trying to introduce them to going free, the lexicon, the diet. Just you in your life, your successes, you share those with those who are close to you. That might be members of another group. Yeah, you share with them. You absolutely share with them because you love them. You want to give them the opportunity to be empowered like you are. And we need them to go free of the anti-white thought diseases, which we call meme pathogens. And we need them to go free of the anti-white narrative and stop thinking that they gain some sort of power by being the villain in that story. So yes, share with those people. Please don't share with the leaders or content creators of explicit, please don't push them with these things, with the practice, because they're just going to resist. They already know who we are. You can talk all around the edges with members or prospective members or whatever it is. And because going free is meant to work everywhere where the people are doing things that aren't prohibited, just like Christianity, just like anything else. That's meant to be like a universal, in this case, for our people. It's meant to work in all walks of life where there aren't things happening that are prohibited. So it's not going to work in a group where they are admonishing everybody to play the villain, for example, or they harm children or abuse animals or something. It's not going to work in those environments, right? So you know what I'm saying. And I appreciate that ahead of time. Thank you to everyone. Let's the community share segment of today. I think it's going to be pretty easy. We're going to go with Imminent Rain and Groundhog Fury, and their links. Imminent Rain is providing his or has in the live chat, and Groundhog Furies is over on the moderator live chat, and those can be shared as well to this great champion. So thank you both very much. That is our community share segment, folks who are out there doing things, and we want people to know who they are. And now in our mailbag, I've got to get a piece of paper that I can make noise with. Make some noise with. We've got a couple pieces of mail. We have John has sent us a postcard, and I don't know if I should. I'll just show this part of it so you won't see exactly where it is. Thank you so much, John. He is such a magnificent servant to White Wellbeing. We love you. You're doing great work. Thank you so very much, and thank you so much for this postcard. And that's a beautiful building there. I guess this is an old church, I believe. Magnificent. Thank you for that piece of mail and the great news. We heard from John last week about Tucker Carlson, who had whoever puts the verbiage on the screen, I imagine it's more than one, had written anti-white something or other, even though Tucker might not be saying anti-white, just anti-white. Whoever's writing on the screen is. And so that is another huge victory for us. And they just keep mounting. I keep getting more and more examples of people using anti-white, anti-whiteism, Western kind. This is our work. The entire outreach team, they're making this happen. All of you out, whether you're participating with the outreach team or not, by using the lexicon, you're pushing it out there, you're making it happen, you're changing the conversation. Not everybody is going to be able to understand how that works, but they will be able to understand the victories that end up accruing to us as a consequence. We have Stephen back again. Another letter from Stephen, and he has financially gifted $10 US. Thank you, good brother. And that's he just has his name here just to say, hey, and this is my statement against anti-whiteism, the $10. Thank you so very much, brother. I deeply appreciate, and it's always a joy looking in the mailbox and seeing letters from you, as well as the others folks who regularly send mail, snail mail. And finally, we have here, excuse me. Finally, we have here in the mailbag what do we call the thaumaturgy? So it's thaumatological mailbag. That's a tongue twister for me, especially since they freed my tongue. Thaumatological mailbag, ladies and gentlemen. Michael has financially gifted us. He's reached out to us. There isn't a letter here, but let's get some serious raucous emojis going for Michael, ladies and gentlemen, who financially gifted White Wellbeing, who financially gifted me $500. God bless you, brother. Big round of raucous emojis. $500 to White Wellbeing. What an absolute champion. God bless you. I don't know if it's I think this might be your first financial gift, and it is a really meaningful one. Thank you so much. That is superb of you. It's a princely sum, $500. And what a champ, ladies and gentlemen. And this at a time that we are seeing some malaise in some folks, but in others, absolutely not. We're not seeing the malaise in this sphere. Really, it comes down to, and again, I just want to say thank you again to Michael, $500. God bless you. Really what it comes down to, and Michael is seeing this, he's a great example, is that if you are unable to see the victories, if you think victory has to look a certain way or victories have to look a certain way, then you're not going to appreciate the actual tangible victories that we're having, are you? Because you're going to be looking for the wrong thing. If you are looking for the societal conversation to be changed, if you are looking for a change in yourself, if you are looking for a change you can make in the lives of others, then you know that we're having victories. Then you end up financially gifting regularly. You end up financially gifting $500 because you can see. I'm not a comedian. I'm not some great entertainer. I'm a guy who cares about Western kind, particularly about the abuse of white children. And I'm doing everything I can with all that the good Lord and our biospirit has given me, and all the time that I can carve out of every single one of my days to change this world for our people so that they don't grow up in a world where people like Luke and I were talking about, we're filled with this day after day, this righteous anger over what's been done to us, what's being done to us, what's done to our people, what's done to our children, our weakest members. I want to put that to an end. And we want to do that in the most peaceful way humanly possible. And I've said before, we spread this curative contagion wide and far enough, as we are. And if you have the eyes to see the victories are all around us. We're talking about it all the time. You've never seen anti-white and anti-whiteism and Western kind used. First of all, I don't think ever anti-whiteism or Western kind in the mainstream media. And anti-white was as rare as hen's teeth. And they immediately put a stop on it. Now it's everywhere. Anti-white is the concept that destroys the concept that holds up the anti-white narrative. So if you're able to see that every time that happens, that is a earth-shaking victory for us, then you are still excited. If you're waiting to see 30,000 march in some city with whatever on, and then supposedly at that point, even 30,000 people wouldn't be enough. But if 30,000 people marched in whatever city, that somehow the government would just say, well, I guess we'll just do whatever they want. The anti-whites would just, no, they would just machine gun you. Or they wouldn't even bother to do that. They would just follow you home. And they would just arrest you, every one of you at your houses. And that would be the end of it. That would have done nothing. That's why these other efforts have come to naught in all of these cases. It's a worldview. It's a dialectic that has to change things. And there will be, from good people in the future, a lot of apologies. From scum, silence. In fact, the scum will probably say that they had endorsed it all along. Right. So thank you both, Stephen and Michael. That is magnificent. And Michael, if that's also your first financial gift, $500, what a way to enter the party and to make a difference in the world. God bless you, brother. So let's see, what else do I have here before we move on to the calls. I think we just have. And if you would like to call, I know Nathaniel would like to call, so he's at the very top of the list. If he could write me on Skype, so his name will go to the top, I will call him as the first caller. In the meantime, I will read here. Johnny has written that multiracialism has failed. Multiculturalism has failed. Going free works, exclamation point. Loving yourself and your people works, exclamation point. Calling out the anti-whites works, exclamation point. Standing firm on demanding others to respect your human rights, to be able to love yourself and your group works, exclamation point. Just focus on what works and let's do more of that. Guess what he ends it with? An exclamation point. I completely concur, Johnny. Very well written. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for your passion, too. And I see you there, Nathaniel. Thank you, brother. Brad writes here, I have a dream that one day white people, too, as a group, will have the same rights as any other group. And if anybody tries to deny us these human rights, then you already know that you are dealing with an anti-white. Precisely, brother. Precisely. Thank you so much for those sage words in one of the threads. And here we have Rebel Yell, and this is under the video on the channel of Snow Shadow's poem titled, What Will the Children Say? And I think everybody, isn't it so odd that this poem by Snow Shadow is so poignant? What are the children going to say in the years to come about what you did? And why weren't you doing what worked? Why weren't you doing anything? But why weren't you doing what worked? What are the children going to say? Rebel Yell writes, one of the most prophetic writings I have ever heard. This poem tells us just how important our mission is, and we cannot fail. This is the future if we refuse to go free. Well, my conscience is going to be clear. And when those babies come to adulthood, and hopefully I'm lucky enough to live to a ripe old age and be surrounded by people who love me. When all these babies come to age and are adults, I want them to be able to look at me and say, that's the way you should live. And thank God he did everything that he had in his power to make this world a different place for us. I don't want them to come to age and say, what do you want? To come to age and look at you with contempt because you did nothing or because you did something that was harmful to them. And now they don't have any rights at all. Now they have no privacy at all because of the way you behaved, which was visible, saliently visible, that it is imprudent, impractical, ineffective, and will just get you in trouble, land you in prison, and won't do anything for those generations to come. I will tell you this, I shared this recently, that when I first began participating with groups and different white sympathetic groups, whether it was being a member of the group or just assisting. I helped far more groups than I was ever able to be a member of because the groups needed dues and I couldn't pay the dues to a bunch of different groups. I looked at the folks who were the content creators or the thought leaders, and I had a lot of respect for them, if for no other reason that they had been in it for a long time, and they were dedicating themselves. Their faces were out there, if they were out there. In most cases, they were. In some of those cases, these older folks, middle-aged or whatever it might be. There I am, like 17 or so, when I first started helping groups. And here you had these older people, middle-aged folks in their 30s, their 40s, their 50s, and they were arrogant. They fancied them because I think that some of these people, you know, they're just not motivated by really a love for our people, and or it is a close second to the love of themselves, I guess, and that's just doesn't cut it. This needs to be number one in your life, is white well-being. And I remember looking at them with their smugness and their arrogance, and then wondering, do they, you know, I'm just a teenager, do they really have reason to be that smug and that arrogant? I'm not quite getting it. I'm not quite seeing it. The group only has, and we're not really accomplishing, but still I gave them respect. Now I see them in their dotage, and I have contempt for them. I have deep contempt for many of those people, because what were they so goddamn arrogant about? I'm not going to be thought that way. And I know that most of you are not going to be looked at that way either. These babies too will become adults, and they'll have strength. They'll have either love or hatred for you, and they'll be in great numbers. How do you want them to feel about you? They're not going to accept excuses. If the world that we leave behind is much more anti-white than the world that we came into, if it is a burning hulk of Western civilization, a carcass being devoured by bugs, they're going to be filled with a wrath for those who were too stupid to do what worked. But I really wanted to, but I really wanted to do that, but I just didn't get around to it, or it just didn't seem like it was. Everybody was saying no. It had to be more violent, or it had to be about votes, whatever. All nonsense. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a very brief break, and we are going to come right back with your calls. Looking forward to it.
Excellence where there is equality. For every diversity higher, there is a diversity fire. It is not the similarities that make us the same. It is the differences that make us different. The truth is hate to those who hate the truth. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. In a world of collectivism, individualism is suicide. Hollywood isn't history. Hollywood isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history.
Thralls of wretched master flame who haunted secret halls. He made himself a master and taught his children well. He vilified the noble gods and banished them to hell. They grew into a people of vain pretentious flesh. The world was theirs to own, these specials the Irish. Disguised as blameless victims, proud kingdoms brought to ends. They undermined in secret, pretending to be friends. was the one true God, one Lord to rule them all. They claim to bring salvation, but led fools to their fall. They named their victim Ganya, an upright talking beast. They stripped him of his rights and slew him for the feast.
Or if salvation yet lived, there they would find Prometheus, the Lord.
What an absolutely amazing piece, ladies and gentlemen. I had to play it again. Right now, we're going to jump on over to Nathaniel. Remember, though, folks, the Eindolin is now available at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. And I will quickly share one more time with you all, at least one more time, that the Eindolin is still available. And I think this is it. Yes, there it is. If you go to nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com, you will find under the For Fun tab the Eindolin. It does not come with the black bag, but that's what you get there, what you're looking at. It does not glow, unless you're very special, perhaps. But it is the mark of the king in the story Prometheus Rising. And now you can own your very own Mark of the King. Be sure to not get it wet. Do not get the Eindolin wet. And if I haven't added that, I will add that to the description. And now a phone call to Nathaniel, because you're going to be very excited about this, folks. What he has to share, and here goes the call. More progress being made. Hey, brother, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Give me 1 sec. I think I got your stream going in the background. Let me close that out.
No worries.
All right, that's a little better. Are we on speakerphone here? Can you say something?
Yes, hello.
Awesome. Hails, Jason. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing great, brother. Promethean hails to you. Now, what is the exciting news that you have to share with us?
Well, this was born first off of the Outreach Team channels. It's kind of become a think tank in a little bit. And at the end, I would like to plug a few of our successes there. But let's just get right down into business first and foremost. It was floated across my desk by a man who need no introduction, the great Naderific, that we ought to build ourselves a search engine. So we reached out into our pool of available people and found ourselves a programmer who deserves nothing but your laudations and accolades. His name is Matitude. Okay. And he has been handling the nuts and bolts of building said search engine. If you go to whitewellbeing.community, I think you can see for yourself what we've got in the works here. Now, keep in mind, it's still fairly early on. You know, we're building it as we go. We've got a few expressly stated goals that we'd like to see ultimately happen with this site. The first being, obviously, resource denial. The regime pretty much controls everything. You know, I don't have to look very far to point out examples to you guys of products that are being pushed with anti-white messaging or have anti-white advocacy behind them. So the first step is to take our resources out of their hands and get to step 2, put it into our own businesses. Our third goal there is ease of access then, because there's so many of these businesses floating around the webs in quiet little corners of the internet where people don't know that they exist. How many times have you gone and asked, hey, you know, maybe I'd like to buy some soap and I don't want to give it to Johnson & Johnson or Dial or what have you, you know, because of all this ubiquitous anti-white messaging they have in there. Well, what are your alternatives? Personally, I can only think of one off the top of my head, and that's Mighty White. No. But since I've started doing this, I found others. So if you go to that website there and you punch in soap, it'll pull up multiple retailers of soap that are either white sympathetic or white positive. Now, the fourth goal of this website we really want is to bring people to white positivity. You know, I want the sympathetics to come and have a seat at the table with us. But by having a seat at the table with us, I kind of want to find a way to shoehorn them into white positivity expressly. Now, we're kind of working on different definitions, I might think, than what you would expressly go by with white sympathetic and white positive. White sympathetic being anyone who is sympathetic and not outright hostile to Western kind. versus white positive being people who go and present a positive image of Western kind, wherein people can find pride or joy or comfort in that portrayal and want to support it. What we are not allowing, obviously, is people who are going and LARPing the villain.
Right.
As I've gone through, I found websites where the first thing you see is some guy in a skull mask,
Right.
or what have you. And I just, no, I'm not listing you. You can build your own search engine.
Right.
That brings us into features, right? Going back to that last goal I was talking about, bringing people to white positivity. One of the ideas I had was perhaps a white positive organization of the month sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
Put a highlight on our people.
Right.
The others can come sit at our table, yes, but this is a way to encourage them to take the next step,
Nice.
Sure, you're not outright hostile to white folks, but why don't you start portraying us in a positive light instead? So that was something we were talking about. Additional features which have not been put in place, but we'd love to see build, would be, say, user or business accounts, along with a rating and commenting system available for businesses, and businesses can act as moderators of their own pages.
Oh, cool.
Ideally, we want to see a business submission form, because right now it's just me trawling the internet, looking for individual websites and punching it all in manually. And it would be a lot more streamlined if someone came at me and said, this is the name of my business, here's the URL, a description, the products we offer, and go from there.
Right.
Filters for search results. Going back to search results again, like say you put in soap and it drags up a few soap companies. Well, how would you like them to be displayed? Have you been buying from Mighty White because it's the only soap company you know for a while? Well, why don't you check out the newest entries and see who's jumped on from there, and maybe go and give them some business instead. Leave a comment, like, whatever. And that's just kind of a rough idea what we're thinking of for now.
That is so absolutely epic. I love it.
I never thought I'd be doing something like this. It just fell into my lap. And I'm really grateful for Matitude doing the nuts and bolts on this, because I tell you, I have never built a website before, but I've been helping kind of guide the vision and, vet companies. At this point, I've gone ahead and listed some people. I'm sure you're probably dabbling on there right now. I had to close out YouTube. But I figured going ahead, it would be better to put them up and ask for forgiveness than to go ahead and ask for permission.
Right.
So, just to get it started, get the ball rolling. Once we get business submission forms going up and people are coming at us and saying, hey, I do this. I make prints, or I make stickers, or I make shoes, or whatever.
Yes.
And they send me their information. I can just look at it, check it out to make sure they're not villain LARPing real fast, approve it, and put it up.
Nice.
Yeah.
Powerful.
So oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying powerful. Keep going.
Yeah. So what we need going into the future, first and foremost, we'd love to have a visual artist for the site, somebody who can do some great graphics. Not naming names, Groundhog Fury. Obviously, if you're in our sphere, you're white positive, you're going free, please submit your business. I've got an email here that you can go and send some information to. The email is whitecommunitysite@protonmail.com. Again, that's whitecommunitysite@protonmail.com. And I ask that you submit the name of your business, the URL, the products you offer, the country you operate in, and a description of, like a little about blurb. From there, I think what needs to happen next is to spread the search engine, get it out there, get people coming in, signing up, saying, hey, I have this business, I have these products I make, I'd love to sell them, can I get a listing? So go tell your friends, tell your family, get them on board. And then I think the last thing, as always, is to join the outreach team. Because, why not? It's become a think tank. And we've been enjoying successes in spades. And on the subject of giving accolades, if we've got the time, I'd love to give a couple. Some people who have done some monumental achievements in the last few days.
Yes, brother, go for it.
All right. So as you know, we go out, we curate discussions to have them reflect what we want people to see. Well, we've been gaining increasing traction. You know, you see it everywhere across the internet, the uptick in lexicon usage or dialectics.
Yes.
We've recently had some posters who have broken well over 100 likes on individual posts they've made during outreach operations. So without further ado, I ask that you withhold your emojis till the end, people. We have the beautiful, beatific Bonnie Blue Lass, the volcanic Viking himself, Balder.
Oh, yeah.
Anti-whites hate him, Western kind loves him, the great Naderific. And of course, all of it made possible by the thread that binds us all, the biospirit of the West.
Oh, amen to that.
We've also enjoyed some other interesting ones. We got a National File article recently on July 23rd that used hate hoax in big capital letters as the first words of the article.
Oh my God.
Naderific posted a Breitbart article the other day where in the first 20 comments, everybody was calling out the false left-right political paradigm and remarking about the uniparty.
Wow.
We're even getting traction in anti-white outlets now, which isn't surprising because, you know, vagues lurk there too.
Yeah.
And it's just proving an fun exercise in going free. You know, you go in there, you're going to get hit with all the MPs. So how do you deal with that, you know? And people are receptive. People are responding. We're finding support even in anti-white media outlets.
Wow. That is so glorious. I could not be happier. What an epic day this has been.
It's great. You throw a great release party, by the way. So hard, Jason.
Oh my gosh. And talk about topping it off. I mean, with this brand new surge, God bless you for everything. Promethean hails to you for everything you're doing, brother. And everybody in the outreach team, you guys are just magnificent champions. The adults in the room, definitely deserving of the AP on your class schedule. You're the folks who are making it happen. And it's
well, we would totally love to have more come through, you know. If the outreach ops aren't for you, we've got a meme lab. You can go in there, make some funnies, because I tell you, the memetics are big. People love that.
Yes.
We've got a well-being community chat where if you need to tune out and just see some positive messaging for the day, look at some happy white kids with puppies or listen to some uplifting music or what have you, we've got that. And then we've got, of course, our open chat, which is a little bit more free form within the rules, you know, which, like I said, has kind of become a think tank and has originated, you know, this white wellbeing community search engine. So it's great. I love it. I'm honestly excited. Nate and I were having a hard time not jumping the gun on this one and being like, is it ready yet? Should we announce it? You know how it goes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I could not be happier than I am right. I thought having this Song 7, Imminent Rain Song 7 and Groundhog Fury's video associated with it, and Naderific sent me this info. He's like, it's important or something. I can't remember exactly how I phrased it. It's important, but it's not an emergency or something. I read it, you know, right away, and I was just like, oh my God, yes. That is as
you know, it's
fantastic.
The anti-whites have enough resources at their disposals. Our people need some bread, you know.
We do indeed.
It's not just limited to businesses, you know. Like if maybe you offer a service or something. If you're like I don't know, an editor or a video producer, what have you, you know, we're trying to catalog as much white positive economic possibility as possible. And just have it all there in an easy to access place. People can go in, say, I want soap. I need a book. I need a book edited, you know,
right.
All there.
Oh my gosh. How magnificent. People, this is so munificent, folks. Your time, your talent, it's not just your money when we're talking about munificence. It's your time and your talent, your dedication to tenacity to this cause of white well-being. And since the people who can do are doing now with something that is based in our story and of love, it's building that world in which those who are white sympathetic and they are stuck in the inertia of these antiquated and deleterious modes of operating there's a world now for them to come over to. And it'll be a trickle, and then it'll be a stream, and then it'll be a torrent. And the fact that you're not going to be able to come over to this and with your little business, whatever it might be, and then you're going to just maybe every now and again villainy signal, or every now and again you're going to play the villain. So that's not going to work, obviously, with these people. They know that going free is what works for our people, and so you are engendering the exact same way, by way of the matrix itself. You are incentivizing the behavior that is good for people. And I was actually just saying this in a conversation the other day, that a lot of people, they need to have the behavior that is good for them incentivized, because if it's not there incentivized, then they're just left to this anti-white narrative, and which is a complete misunderstanding of the world and what people are thinking out there and what they're going to perceive when you behave like a villain. This is,
and we're not gonna blacklist those people entirely. If they renounce their villainy, they clean up their image, they say, hey, we used to do this, we don't do it anymore, here's my website, things have changed, then redemption, man. You can redeem yourself. And if you do that, then you can get listed. But if you're focusing on specific groups of anti-whites or using certain antiquated imagery that's not going to go over well with Vegas, I'm not going to include your business.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I salute you. I salute Natarific. I salute everybody who's participating. And what did you say the guy's name was that was the building?
He goes by Matitude on Telegram, and hats off to him, man.
Yes.
He's been doing the webpage design around his day job. I guess he's a programmer somewhere, and he's been a huge blessing on this. I've never built a webpage in my life. I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, wow. Well, yeah.
He's great. Hats off to Matitude.
Yes, hats off. A big Promethean hails to Matitude. That is magnificent. The magnificent Matitude has come through.
Absolutely.
And this is something clearly when it's, and we always have a sense of this, I think, when in the white sympathetic sphere over the years, especially those who have been around for a long time, when something gets started that is another one, like I was talking about with Imminent Rain, it's like these wishes. We wish we had a book that was like Prometheus Rising. We wish, and then you would see somebody try to do something like this, but you could tell by their personalities, by the kind of people that they were, that they weren't going to be able to hold it together for long. I mean, they're like, their lives are already not quite right, but then for some reason they've purchased 11 pets. And you're like, what are you doing? I mean, you can't get your life in order. Why did you just get 11 different animals? But this environment is an environment where things get started and they stay, and we continue to work because we are the ordinary Westman. We are just like every other white person out there who is ordinary and striving for the ideal of what worked, what created Western civilization. And as a consequence, our efforts look a lot like we see in our people just going to work, defending the country, policing the towns, putting the fires out. That's what our efforts look like. We are like the guy in the commercial. I don't know what it was a commercial for years ago. And it's this old guy, maybe he's not old, but I mean, he's like in his 50s maybe. And it's pouring rain outside and it's nighttime and there's lightning and thunder. And he comes inside and he sits down and he's all filthy. And he leans over slowly, he's sore, and he starts untying his boots. And then the power goes out and he starts tying them again. I mean, that's who we are. That's Western kind. We make it happen. And you and the rest of them, a big Promethean hails, a big salute to all of you. God bless you, brother. And you and everybody on the Average Team, you are welcome whenever you want to call in. You tell me. And you can talk about these things and you can salute people who are doing great work, because we have to celebrate each other. No one else is. We receive nothing but hatred.
Celebrate and build it, man.
That's right.
It's on us.
That's right. Exactly. And I laud you, brother, Matitude, Natarific, Bonnie Blue, everybody who is participating in this. And folks, if you're interested now, you heard White Community site at protonmail.com. And then there also is the Proton Mail for the outreach team, right?
Yeah, that's White Wellbeing Outreach Team at protonmail.com. If you're interested in joining any of the outreach team chats, please go through that one. If you have a business or a service you'd like to have listed, go through the White Community site at protonmail.com and include the name of your business, a URL, products or services offered, a little about description, and the country.
Oh my gosh, that is awesome. Brother, I love you. Thank you so much for everything you're doing for White Wellbeing.
Jason, it's a pleasure.
Oh, the pleasure and honor is all mine. Thank you so much for feeling that way. It tells me that, as I've known for a long time, you have a great character, and you're welcome back anytime. Any final thoughts before we let you go?
Yeah, actually,
all
just
right.
one.
Okay.
So hard.
So hard. Yeah, brother.
Have a good night, Jason.
All right, you too, brother. Bye-bye now. Wow, that was complete. Look at how cool this site is, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're talking about, how many times have we had this conversation of people saying, well, we're going to have to build like these business community where we are able to buy from each other instead of having to always buy from anti-whites. We can ship around the world now. There's no reason why we can't turn to each other for the business. So we're spending the money within our own communities. People have wished for that kind of thing for a very long time, and there have been efforts to make that happen. And then they've, first of all, they don't get off the ground well, and where they do get off the ground decently, the thinking behind them and the approach is wrong, and even where the thinking and the approach are right, they don't last. I've seen this happen so many times. This is mature. You can tell right now by the way this has started off. It's the way all good things get started, and that is, this piece works, it stays. That doesn't work, that goes. This piece, and then it builds and it builds, and it relishes and enjoys every minute of that success, every little piece of that building that is a part of the process of what it becomes at a later date. That is what successful business people do. And we're going to have to be successful business people in some cases. Some of us will have to be successful business people, making this sort of thing happen. It can't, remember, folks, every wish is a curse. Every wish is a curse. Unless it's something that only a deity can give you, every wish is a curse, because it is you surrendering what you want to do and accomplish. That's what happens with a wish, and you don't want that. These people are taking the bull by the horns, and it doesn't look as flamboyant, or, you know what it doesn't look like? It doesn't look like the villain in the anti-white narrative, in their books, in their movies. It doesn't look like that at all, right? What does the villain look like in their movies? Well, he's doing these outrageous, evocative things to insult the ordinary people out there as much as possible, to scare them as much as possible. And you don't see in the villainy, in the anti-white narrative, the villains toiling away at something with love for our people, and that invites everyone of all immutable characteristics to participate, to put an end to the thing that is destroying us and therefore Western civilization. You just don't see it. You don't see it. The nuts and bolts. So this Matitude sitting down saying he's going to make this, the Imminent Rain leaning over the lyrics, and he's strumming the guitar trying to figure it out, what's going to make it rock so hard. Groundhog Fury toiling away hour after. These people are not sleeping. When do you sleep? You got to work, you got to eat, you got relationships to deal with, and then they're doing this on top of that because they can't do it for a living. So they deserve a huge amount of respect. Wild, raucous emojis, please, everyone, for Nathaniel and everyone he mentioned, and this endeavor here. And you know what will happen? There are going to be people who are out there in the white sympathetic sphere that are not necessarily going to want to be on this, because they're so carried away with the inertia of the past and villainy, playing the villain. that they don't want to be associated with something new and working, but it will inspire all those who are yet to come. And then those who want to drag their feet, those who want to continue to be mired in things that are ineffectual or harmful, they will slowly disappear, or they will take themselves out of the process. But there will be many more that will come. There will be folks who will make clothing, who will provide books. There will be folks who provide news. There will be, and it will all be white positive. It will all happen because we're building it, and then they will come. We have to be steadfast. We have to not waver in this, no matter how many anti-whites try to burn us down, no matter how many of these antiques out there try to disparage and turn folks away from us. We need to be steadfast. This is a formula that works. And we welcome everyone, even those who, just as Nathaniel was saying, this is a movement of love, hope, and redemption. You give up the garbage from the past, and you absolutely can be redeemed. We want to redeem you. So what a glorious, munificent contribution to white well-being. God. What a way to start this week, huh, folks? That is fantastic. We're going to jump over here to, actually, we'll take a quick look over here because I took a look, and I can't really figure out who this Gledhill is, but I love Jesus Christ, financially gifted $10, and she says, in memory of Bradley Gledhill. So maybe something happened to this person, and usually I love Jesus Christ is when she does that, it's completely legitimate. So thank you very much for that financial gift, and in the name of this young man. Now we're saying this is refreshing. Oh, we have, it looks like Azimuth Clark financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, good brother. What a big champion in our sphere. $5, and he writes, the book and music are amazing together. Kip. Thank you, Kip. Amen to that. Kip, to you, brother. Keep it Promethean. Absolutely. He says the book and the music are amazing together. Well, thank you so very much. That is grand. And we also have over here Carmen financially gifting $20. Thank you so much, Carmen, for that financial gift, and writing Prometheus Rising album. Looking forward to a Prometheus Rising album. Well, yes, indeed. Excuse me. I am as well. Thank you so very much. Very exciting. Roy Danton says, could you please have a quick look at entropy? Well, you're reading my mind. I was just going to spin around that direction, and I see that First Last is with us, and he says, Sin Like Comedies, that melody video, ASAP, and swap our emails. Yeah, that's the plan. Excuse me. Actually, make it really easy on me, and so that I don't have to go look for the melody. And the email that I emailed you from, send me the melody back there, and whatever else you want me to send to him. Next week, folks, we're going to be talking all about the lyrics for First Last's new anthem that he's writing. And if you want to participate or submit a portion so that he can look at it and he can decide, well, he's maybe he wants to go your direction or not. We've talked about this several times about your poetry or your lyrics might be the best there, but they might not be the best for that piece. And that's what First Last is going to be looking for. So we'll talk about that. If not next week, actually, we might do it before then on another roll-in. That might be the way we handle it. Thank you so much, brother. And swiveling back around, we have over here Roy Danton. Let's get a big round of raucous emojis for Roy Danton, the man, the myth, the legend, that he is. $25 financial gift. Big round of raucous emojis. Roy writes here with that financial gift. Related to this, we would never allow, and it's all caps on never, we would never allow children to suffer from any of the disagreements that we might have. Related to this, we would never allow children to suffer from any of the disagreements that we might have. Precisely, Roy. I mean, it's one thing, to say that, hey, I get it. I get it. You've aligned yourself with some, if you're out there, you've aligned yourself with one form of activism or another, and it's become part and parcel of your identity. And you've argued many times and lost many times. If you had been using something else, and that knowledge, if I used something else, could I have been effective like these people are being effective? That can be tough to swallow. That could be a tough pill. I get it. So you really, and I think what Roy is saying here, you really have to ask yourself, are you going to allow these future generations, these little babies right now, who look up at you like you're God, and are you going to allow them to grow up in a world that is much worse than even ours is today, simply because you disagree with the practice of going free? Because it does, according to the metric you're using, it doesn't look enough like this villain or that villain or whatever. It's just simply works. That's all there is to it. It simply works. So thank you very much, Roy. Do the right thing, as Roy's saying here, by our children. Do the right thing. Hey, look at this. Keep those raucous emojis going for Roy Danton, ladies and gentlemen, because he just came back with another financial gift of $50 US dollars for a total of $75 financial gift. God bless you, brother. That is the one and only Roy Danton, and he writes here with that financial gift of $50. Promethean hails. Indeed, Promethean hails to you, good brother. Thank you so very much. We have also here, keep those raucous emojis going, for Promethean Reckoning, who has come in with a $25 financial gift. Thank you, Promethean Reckoning, and writes, Promethean progress made for Western kind. Congratulations, and thank you to Imminent Rain, Naderific, Matitude, and Nathaniel. Indeed, very well said, and thank you so much, Promethean Reckoning, for the financial gift and celebrating these champions. I said it just a moment ago. We're disparaged everywhere. Our families, our communities, our schools, the government, the police force, when in reality, we are the best of our communities. We are the best of our families. We are the best of our neighborhood. We're the best of our county or parish, or whatever it might be. We're the best of our state. We're the best of our country. We're the best of the continents we live on. We need to be celebrating each other. We need to be putting each other up on our shoulders when we do great things in service to white well-being. That needs to be the attitude that we engender. There's got to be, and there is, an esprit de corps in the hearts of those who align with the biospirit of Western kind. That's us. We're not at odds with it. When you play the villain, you're at odds with our biospirit. Your biospirit doesn't want you to be a villain in somebody else's story. Give me a break. It wants you to be the good guy in ours. It wants you to be the hero in ours. It wants you to be the one who does what has to be done so that those little babies can either come to you directly with gratitude when they are able, or they remember that, hey, that person did something valuable with their lives that made all of our lives better. God bless him or her. That's the kind of life you want to live. That's the kind of life I want to live. And the people that stay here, that's the kind of life they want to live. Now, we don't have much time left for more calls. Do we have, it looks like Mr. V might have sent, and I'm sure Baldur is asleep by now. But if Mr. V is, we'll get back with Baldur next Sunday and get back to the translation into Icelandic and Mr. V into either the translation or his work on, actually he's working on several things, of course, but we also have the Gad Sad issue And with that information, as soon as it's done, we're going to be putting that up. So if you're still there, then go ahead and let me know with another message. Until then, I want to say to everybody again, before we go, that this book, Prometheus, this story, Prometheus Rising. I see you, Mr. V. One moment. This is the culmination of a great many years of ascertaining what our strengths are, what our weaknesses are relative to everyone else out there, everything else out there in the world. And so it is didactic from start to finish on many layers. You will learn a great deal about who and what we are, what undermines us, what makes us strong. And you will learn it in a way that is inspiring. You will learn it in a way that is entertaining. You will learn it in a way that will keep you moving through the tale the entire time. And as you can see from what Luke Mason had to share there, Imminent Reign, that there are some really epic moments, epic scenes, battle scenes that can move and have moved many people to tears when they read them. If for males, it should absolutely move you to tears because that's how you will know you're a man. That's what glory is for a man. And those tears are the desire and the acknowledgement and the recognition that those males, or that portrayal of manhood, of manly behavior, of heroism, is perfect, and therefore calls forth that emotion. We're going to jump on over for a quick call with the one and only Mr. V, and we got about 4 minutes left, and then we're going to be signing off for the night. But we, of course, will be back. Maybe a roll-in like we did last week, and certainly next Sunday. Here goes the call. Heard you for a moment. Oh, I hear you now. There you are.
Okay, perfect. How's it going, brother?
I'm ecstatic. We have Luke's 7 song just came out with Groundhog, Imminent Reign song 7, with Groundhog Fury's video, and now we have Nathaniel, Naturific, Matitudes, database, search engine. It's getting better by the second. How are you doing?
Really well, even better now with those news. That website is so good that it touches on exactly what you say, brother, that white well-being, the well-being of our people, is directly tied to our individual well-being. We've got to get over this individual versus collective dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy set up by anti-whites. People who are interested in having a business, leading their own lives, being entrepreneurs, this is going to be so helpful because there are so many of us out there who just want to serve our people. And we are at risk, because we care about white well-being, of losing our jobs, losing our businesses, and everything. So This is such a tremendous step. It helps so much. I was blown away.
That's a great point there. Because yes, we are at every day of our lives, we have to fear the social lynching and these anti-white tribunals, and therefore losing our jobs, or never getting the promotion, being stuck in a rut. And when you lose your job, very often in our modern, hyper individualized, focused society, where everything is so narrow for a human to be able to do it work-wise, it often can mean that you can't get work in the field for which you were trained. So you're absolutely right. Very well said.
Yeah, what other people has to worry about losing their livelihood just because they love their own kind?
Oh, exactly. Well said.
No other people. Quick question, brother. You have a wooden eindolon. I really like wood as a material. Do you think you'll make wooden eidolons available in the future?
Well, maybe. That one took quite a little bit of time. I guess I can say, right? I did say before, Naturific made that by hand, and those, if we were to have those available, on a mass scale. They'd be made by hand entirely. These are partly made by hand. So the fact that they are available so inexpensively is doing really good by those who want to acquire them. The wood ones are entirely. I know. I guess there might be. Was there any machining? Native River? I don't think there was. I think it was all carved, or maybe some machining at least to get down to that point. But then handcrafted after that. There may be more in the future, and we have a couple other people who are experimenting with other substances that the eindolin could be made out of. So there might be glass in the future. There could even be some types of metal, and then there's potential for wood as well.
See, right there, that's perfect. Now I know that Natorific made them. If he ever wants to set up a woodworking business or something like that, I could get it directly from him.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah, this is how things move forward. This is how things evolve. It's perfect, because I've been wondering, okay, I want a wooden eindolin. Where do I get one? And now I know where.
Now you know exactly where. In fact, I have it right here so folks can see. I wonder if it'll get into focus here. I mean, this is some beautiful craftsmanship. This wooden eindolin here. It is really, obviously you're looking at it. You really can't appreciate. It's tough to really appreciate an eindolin. There you go. It's tough to appreciate an eindolin in 2 dimensions because it is. I don't want to say it like this, like it's so 3-dimensional, so hard. But no, it is because of the way it is shaped. It's not as easy for the brain to wrap around what the rest of the shape is because of technically it's a tetragonal trapezohedron. So it's not easy to wrap around what it looks like on the other side and around the side. But it's really quite a striking. The eindolin is really quite a striking shape. And when I wear mine, people notice. So they always take a look at it. And I'm always wearing mine, one of them, almost all the time, aside from when I'm wearing like these pendants, which some of these will become available, not as a mass-produced thing, but as a one-off for this or a one-off for that. So that is by our glassmith. It's just fantastic. But yeah, that's a great question. I really appreciate you asking that.
Yeah, well, thank you for the update, brother. I know we're out of time, so I'll just quickly mention the final interview that I had to go over for Godsod's material was the Godsod and Peterson interview, which was about 1 hour and 50. And it didn't have too much, but what it did have, I think, is amazing. So if you don't mind, I'll quickly share that before we end the call.
Yeah, please.
So Sod touches in the book a little bit about the source of idea pathogens, which he attributes mainly to leftist professors, as he calls them. Now, he does say there are meme pathogens, he calls them idea pathogens on the right, etc. But this is very key, what he says in the interview with Peterson about the source of them. He says, so I think if I were to look for a conciliant explanation as to why all these idea pathogens arise, it's because they start off with a kernel of truth, with a noble cause, but then they metamorphosize into Bravo Sierra. So note there, he says that they start off with a kernel of truth. They start off with a noble cause.
My God.
He even says that Franz Boas, the anti-white, quote-unquote, cultural anthropologist, he also says the same thing about feminism, that it started off as a noble cause. And now we all know that from the very beginning, feminism was anti-white.
Yep.
It was always anti-white. Some people have said, people in the so-called manosphere have said, oh, it was all these white women who started it. Let's suppose it was. Those were anti-white white women.
Yeah, precisely.
So who cares? who gives a damn? Right? So for him to say that these start off with a noble cause, he's giving aid to the anti-white premises, the anti-white precepts. He's fitting into the anti-white narrative, saying that these were good things. These started off with the right, with a noble cause.
How despicable. Nothing is noble whatsoever about anti-whiteism, and brilliant of you to catch that in that interview. And thank you for taking the time to watch it and listen to what this despicable anti-white had to say. That these things were noble in their origin. No, it was despicable from go. And I guess he thinks it was. Perhaps it's this. God, thank you for doing this, brother. What a champ. Let's get a round of raucous emojis for Mr. V. I mean, he sat through that and pulled out what needed to be pulled out to indict this anti-white. Maybe it's this. When these elements of anti-whiteism got started, when these mean pathogens got started, they only harmed white people. And now they are destroying the society that this fat anti-white fool lives in. And so now it's out of control. When it was only victimizing white people, well, that was when it was noble. That was when it was good. Maybe that's how he sees it. Maybe he's telling us exactly what's going through his mind. It was good in the beginning. And, in other words, he's not just saying that it was good in the beginning to try to get some credibility and leniency from an audience in order to provide some criticism. Perhaps he seriously thought it was good when it just hurt white people, but now that it's wrecking the world I've got to live in now, it's problematic.
I think there's a lot of truth to that, brother, because he takes a lot of issue with Islam, right? And in that video that I put in the package, his video titled "Death of the West," he has a picture of a man who's not a Westman, a man of his own kind, and he equates the death of the West with bringing in people of the Islamic religion, right? And he equates that with, Jew hatred, right? So, he takes issue with it because of how it affects his people, not how it affects the West. This is how he repays the West as someone who moved from a war-torn country and came to Canada. This is how he repays the West. He also mentions in that interview with Peterson they get into nomological networks, which is not an idea original to Saad. They discussed the origin of it. If I'm not mistaken, they pinpointed it to psychologists who came up with nomological networks as a way of finding the truth. And in the book, he also mentions university models in the West and how there's most of the universities have truth or science or wisdom as mottos. Now, this is not by accident. This is because these are things inherent to us. This is a projection of our biospirit. Right. I'm sure if you go outside the West, you're not going to find those kind of university mottos. But he mentions those nomological networks, and he talks about how it will give you epistemic humility. Now, where was that epistemic humility regarding you, brother, and your work and our community? Where was that epistemic humility? He didn't do nomological networks. He didn't research. He didn't come across all things. He didn't, investigate. No, he just moved straight to slander and lies.
Yep.
And in that video, he also says, this is a quote from him, "I disagree with any form of lying." So
what a hypocrite. What a lying scumbag.
Yep. And this is what I love about anti-whites. They give you all of the material that you need to throw right back at them. And it's not just this interview, it's in all of the others. If you check the timestamps and you check the quotes, there's the quotes. I have a specific file there that says quotes to accompany his slander of you in our community, which are perfect quotes. If you show these quotes and then you show what he did to his followers, there's no way that anyone who's honest is going to side with him.
Well, we're going to have that as soon as you're done with all that material and it's ready for public consumption. Get it to me, and we will get it up on the site, and we will begin telling folks where to go and how to use this material against this guy who is endeavoring to inflict grievous injury on our people. That means everybody you care about, because you're a member of our people, and enrich himself off of us at the same time. So harming us and enriching himself off of us, isn't that something? We are not going to allow this to happen. And metaphorically speaking, this is the sod slayer, ladies and gentlemen. So, Mr. V, what a hero you are in service to white well-being, doing something that white people are not accustomed to doing, and that's coming immediately to the aid of one of their own who is being attacked from the flank, and in a specious way. And it really genuinely is specious way. The things he says against us, isolated, look legitimate, but as soon as you look closely, you find out that he is a liar as the day is long, and a deceiver, manipulator, and the outcome of his endeavor to enrich himself, to spread anti-whiteism, is nothing short of depriving the totality of Western kind of going free and the ideology that can indeed, the practice rather, that can indeed rescue them from their oblivion. Thank you so much for this, brother.
No, thank you, brother. And those files that I mentioned, those are all there. The only thing I got to get to you is this: the timestamps for this new and the notes for this interview with Peterson, and then also just the update for the two main files: the file that's the full breakdown of the book, and then the selected file that's the most important stuff from the breakdown of the book. So everything else, brother, if you check, you'll find there all the quotes that go together with his slander, and they should be in the same folder.
Okay.
Because I made sure to separate them all, so you know, and so that it's very easy for people to digest. You'll see all the quotes in his book where he talks about being a champion for truth and all of this kind of stuff. He's a liar, just a liar. He makes himself out to be the grand knight of truth. He literally talks like he couldn't go to sleep if he was a liar. That's the way he puts it.
Of course.
So
of course.
Yeah.
Unctuous. Boy, he's not doing anything for that stereotype. Thank you so much, brother. A true champion, a true man among men, champion among champions, Mr. V, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll definitely have you back next week for some more update.
Thank you, brother. Thanks to all our brothers and sisters and all the hard work that you do. And Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails to you too, brother. So hard. And we'll talk to you next week.
Talk to you next week, brother.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow. That is glorious. Yeah, these people, they think the anti-whites, they're coming at us with all of their methods that they have used to destroy everything good that we have done and tried to do rather for our people. And once again, you have this lying individual who has who's out there making a fortune off of this book, that claiming to be the creator of thought diseases, even though my material was out there many years ahead, and even on Amazon before his book was on years on Amazon before his book was on Amazon, and then got me banned. He or one of his fellow anti-whites, I guess, I don't know, buddies, they ended up getting me censored off of Amazon permanently from being able to give any review whatsoever, because in my utterly fair review, I pointed out that I had created these ideas at this date, and it's in this book that is also sold on Amazon. You can say absolute lies on people who are white sympathetic on their threads, their reviews on Amazon. You can just say the blackest lie whatsoever, anything you can imagine. You can write it there, had nothing to do with the book, no verified purchase, and they just leave it. They just leave it. But you have a verified purchase, you speak about the contents of the book, and you mention that you came up with, and not in a like a pugnacious way or irascible way, but just saying, hey, by the way, I actually came up with this idea many years ago, and it's here on Amazon as well. But that is the kind of thing that the anti-whites don't want out there. They want this abstraction out there instead. This lying SOB I was trying to hold back. I just can't. But folks, we have Mr. V taking down this aggressor, and then some of you are going to be able to help with that, and his community of anti-whites of all races, backgrounds, etc. And you have Nathaniel, Naderific, and Matitude, and whoever else is working on this database to be able to have B2B and also sales directly to the public, and you'll be able to search on there, find the things you're looking for, communities that are white positive, that aren't going to be villainy signaling. That's going to be just magnificent. It's rolling already, doing a great job. We have colossal successes that Nathaniel shared with us from the outreach team, getting people to use the lexicon, both those who are white sympathetic and even those who are anti-white, getting them to use the lexicon. That is everything. That is changing the conversation. We're going to have to celebrate each other because the folks in the rest of the white sympathetic community, they're not doing a whole lot of celebrating. A little bit of jealousy might have something to do with that, but that's just the way it is. If you excel and you do really well, and everybody can see, then you're bound to have these jealous and envious people who are going to try to burn you down. It's called tall poppy syndrome. Regrettably, I wish we didn't have that. I would like to not have that in our community. So we're going to celebrate each other. And all of these, as Lovely Porge says, all these early adopters that come from the millions of ordinary white people, Westmen from our countries, they'll come in and they're not going to even know any of these other people. They're not going to want to know them, anybody who's behaving like a villain. They're going to want to be a part of what we are doing. And some of them, it's just, they're going to find like, wait a second, that community already talks the way I do. They already think the way I do. And the reason why is because you have these magnificent heroes getting out there and pushing that lexicon. When your interlocutor, when your audience, one or more people come to you and they're already in your story, you won before your mouth opens. That's how it works, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 200 level of IQ when it comes to recapturing our destiny. Finally, tonight, we had the magnificent Luke Mason, Imminent Rain, song number 7, a new dawn rising of the album, 9-song album he is making to tell the story of Prometheus rising in rock. And it was Promethean so hard, every bit of it. And with it, this video by Groundhog Fury and the great words from Groundhog Fury that I shared with you all as well, that self-portrait of Groundhog Fury, that was magnificent. And two mighty champions, and looking forward to great things from them to come. Let me turn around. We have the great Brad C., one of our finest, financially gifting $20 as we are wrapping up here the gathering on this Sunday. And he writes for White Wellbeing with a heart emoji. Thank you for that so much, brother. A great champion. Always love seeing you here in service with us to White Wellbeing. We'll let that refresh. I'll take a quick look here, just making sure we didn't miss anybody, because we don't want to miss anybody. And how about Michael, who financially gifted $500 to White Wellbeing? $500 he gifted, financially gifted, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much. Talk about a testimonial. We have these things are happening because people see the changes in their lives. They see the changes in the lives of the people around them. They see the changes in their act. They pick up their newspaper and they say, wait a second, I never saw an anti-white typist struggling, trying to demonize us in the past, people who care about white people, people who are white sympathetic. It was very easy for them to, but now look at this. They can hardly talk about the discussion, the issue, without fumbling all over themselves. This works. Look at this headline. Look at what they're writing on Fox beside Tucker or underneath Laura Ingraham, or these people who are definitely not white sympathetic, but it's happening because it's getting into the ether. It's getting in it. Why is it getting into it? Not magic, unless you want to call the efforts of real men and women of the West magic. Maybe you do, but it's because honest, hardworking, ordinary Westmen who built Western civilization, who built those towers, who built those skyscrapers, who built those dams, who introduced law and order, who down the line have done so much for ourselves and the totality of the world. It is that spirit of the West, that continues to beat in the biospirit of every single one of us, all those who are drawn here, the ones who want to stay. Not a single one who would want to contradict that remains here. Folks, they always leave, and then they go disparage. They don't want to talk about violence over there. They don't want to talk about voting over there. What are they going on about? They must just be weird or whatever it is. Well, please, we want you to be redeemed, but where you can't, go free, just go away. For the rest of you, I love you all. Let's have a great week. And we got started this Sunday. Let's go free.